Good evening, bobbin friends. I've been busy today, and although somehow it's 7:30 already, I am a little bit more aware of the time went today. Hey, Tenchi Tench. So, what have I done? Well, obviously I had a long day at work. One of the guys is out, so that's made today a bit longer. Been doing more stuff. But, I have managed to do more tatting. God help my soul. But, I am getting the hang. I'm not saying I am getting the hang of this shuttle shit. Now, it's trying. That's the word that I'm after. It is distinctly trying, in that it is a bit confusing. They love twisting everything up. Even though you keep the shuttle flat and you never seem to twist it, it ends up twisted. Don't really get that. And so the thread twiddles up like a twisty thing. But let me show you. Now, before I do that, let me sort my mess out, because okay, did that. Okay, twat. Right. As you know, when in doubt, call yourself stupid names. So, I had made one yesterday, and, well, actually, I think I've made most of one. I'm not even sure I made a whole one by the time I finished yesterday. But I have made one. And then I managed to make another one today. Now, I haven't sewn the ends in and sorted them out, so you'll have to forgive those ends. But now I'm making a third one, which will join these two together. So they don't look very exciting. Here they are, right? But they are two colours, and they are very distinctly two colours. So, whereas before I was doing it with the white and purple, and to be honest, they kind of look the same, which made it really hard to work with, I got me some blue. Now that's a really good point, Amazon douche. Amazon douche was supposed to give me some more white, because I don't know where the rest of the white is, and I've been using the white for other things. Let me just check, see if they think they've delivered it, because occasionally they ninja deliver stuff and don't say anything. Now arriving between 7 and 9. Well, of course it is. Which will mean, oh no, it's 8 stops away. I was going to say, normally in about half an hour it'll say, oh, there's been a delay. And not actually explain why, but apparently it's 8 stops away. So, but I made one, so I made this one. And then made this one, but I haven't sewed the ends in. And now I'm making this one, and then basically this will... Ah, shit, just realised that should have joined on there, really. Oh, well, I'll join it on the another corner then, and just to make my own life complicated. But that really should have joined on that corner. I was trying to work out which corner was supposed to join on when, and got carried away, made this top bit. I mean, I could unpick it. It's not beyond my wit to actually unpick back that far. It would be annoying, but the idea is that one joins there, and then a fourth one joins here, and so you kind of make a little ring here, and you have a blue ring with joiny bits. What would be really, really, really awesome is if these loopy bits were a different colour, these loopy bits a colour, and these loopy bits. So if you look at this bit just here, you've got rings at the bottom, rings at the top, and like boob shapes in the middle. If the boob shapes were a third colour, that'd be really nice. I'd quite like that. I think that could be quite cool, because then you could kind of, I don't know, have like silver, gold with black in between it or something. I think that would look really spectacular. But I'm just about getting the hang of this shit now. She says she's got to unpick it, but it's not the point. I mean, it might be easier just to snip this bit off, because if I snip the right bit, which is this side, so if I snip some of this, just pull it off and start this bit again, because, you know, life's short and unpicking is complicated. But I am kind of getting the hang of this shit. Now, part of me says join them like this, so that they're a bit more stable. But the joining of them kind of like this, because it doesn't look right, and you have to kind of square them off a little bit. So it's actually that one to there, like this. Then there's two more. So and so there'll be two in here, and so they join just by this little bit, whereas these would join in two places and be a bit stronger. So, but I do kind of like how it's turning out. Should I have maybe done the blue in the middle and the white on the outside? Maybe. Possibly. I mean, this is miracle shit for me, because I'm not. I have to take my glasses off and stare at it quite hard, but stuff. These two are in the doghouse. No, you're in the doghouse. Go on. Talking to a co-worker today. Fortunately, it was a co-worker and not more clienty. Dog A decides it's going to kill dog B. There is no blood. But most of that is because I got in the way. But little miss, I think I'm innocent, who's trying to stand on me and pretend she's all cute and wondering why I'm not hugging her. She's not innocent. Do not fall for this shit. I don't actually... You never know in these situations which dog actually started it. Because 2 seconds ago, they were both asleep. Now there's growling and it's not playful growls that you've heard occasionally on stream. You know, when she's bullying him for, you know, making her open the door or any of that. This is, one of you is going to die and I don't think it should be me fight, right? And, well, so I'm in the way and thinking I am saving her from him. Because I always thought it was his fault. Now, I've never entirely told him off for it. He knows that it is not approved of. But I've never entirely told him off for it. Because, I don't know, if she flicked his nuts or whatever it was that kicked it, you know, stuck a claw in his bollocks or something. I mean, you know, I'm sure any man will understand that you wake up looking for a fight. It almost doesn't matter who, you know, it could be the Queen of England. Whoever did it to you is getting one, right? And so, hello, Rory. Yes, she had a bit of a hug, so you can have a bit of a hug. Now, with that in mind, I've always assumed it's him waking up, swinging for a fight. Well, I've got a feeling he was defending himself. Because I'm in the way, and because he was behind me like a bolster cushion, and she was more on the end of the couch. Next thing I know, they're head to head. He's still mainly wedged behind me, so he can't have moved very much. And the end that I always thought, and I do know that he is sensitive, because I'd moved my foot once in the bed and he's gone to give me some, and then realised it was me, and very quickly shut the hell up. It was a bit like, what the fuck, sorry, Gov, you know, kind of moment, right? The only bit of him that was really visible was his head. And now I'm in between the head and her. And she's trying to go under my armpit to bite him. And she is still in full on, one of us is going to die and it's not going to be me. So I'm not sure it's not her. No, I'm not saying that he can't. And maybe that's part of the reason he can't be fully absolved of it, is because, you know, they were both asleep. The next thing you know, they're both fighting. So maybe there is a bit of 50-50 going on. Because occasionally maybe he starts it, but maybe occasionally so does she. And my co-worker thought it was quite funny. Fortunately, I found it less funny. Because put yourself in the middle of a dogfight is not for the faint of heart, to be honest. Because bites happen, and I have some marks to prove it. Don't I? And they've been your teeth. Now, that doesn't mean that it was your fight. You might have been trying to finish it, but I don't always know that you started it. And so I am somewhat perplexed, because it's not like you can take them to therapy to talk it out. I know that there are behaviour therapists for dogs. But the truth of the matter is because it's not something you can easily recreate, unless you can somehow get them, you know, catch them doing it with them in the room, and they can go, oh yes, I saw this, yes, well, or whatever it is that, you know. Yeah, my two dogs occasionally try to kill each other. Because the simple answer would be, get rid of one. They would be so upset if they were apart, because they don't do it. I mean, they did it more as puppies, and as they've got older, I mean, you're 5 now. You should be, you know, you're the equivalent of 35. You're supposed to be like, you know, kind of verging on middle-aged and calming the heck down. Now, at some point, the reason I'm kind of dwindling is, if Mr. Amazon was 8 stops away, they're going to go nuts. Well, it could be, but they've done it all their lives. But it would be nice if they quit it. It really would be nice if they would quit it. Just because it always, if I ever have to go out, which I try not to, but if I ever have to go out, it does worry me that if I've left them alone and you know, one death battle starts, I might only come home to one dog. Because there's been reasonable blood on occasions. Now, usually it's an arm, a leg, an ear. Ears bleed a lot, by the way. The ear ones are the worst, but what if it's not? What if it's not next time? What if the tooth catches the wrong bit and it's a bit more important? You know, it punches an artery in the leg or something. I'm not saying I mean, they do act like they intentionally mean to kill each other. And I mean, we've all seen fights between people. Well, not necessarily live, but we've all seen fights between people, you know, caught on camera or whatever, where it clearly was him or me kind of gov moment, right? And so I get it to an extent. But why is it that these two don't do it all the time? So it's clearly not a, you know, more normal state for them. But randomly, there will be death battles. And the most frightening one was over a lick of pasta. So there was a bit of a death battle, you know, there was shouting and swearing, and they stopped. Then they had round 2, and there was more shouting and swearing. And then there was round 3, and you're like, literally, it was a lick of pasta. And it wasn't even that good. I can promise you now, it wasn't even that good. And it's kind of like, dude, you know, it's like you're fighting over £1 million and you're going to die, you know, it's like Squid Game or something. You're going to be, you know, the last one standing wins it all. It's... So it does concern me that should I not be here, someone might pay a price that wasn't really theirs to pay. And then, of course, the other one will be really miserable because their best friend is gone. So, you know, let's be honest, it's not what anybody wants, because they would terribly miss each other. But in that one moment, like we're all brothers and sisters, death to you, you arse, you know. Now, do not get me wrong, I recognise this death to you, you arse feeling. I've had it fairly recently. You know, the idea of driving a couple of 100 miles to reduce the population. Yeah, okay, I'm up for that. Anyone up for a road trip? You know, it's kind of like, yeah, okay. You know, it's a bit of a long drive. It's all right. I'll still be mad by the time I get there, that's for sure. So, you know, but it was, you know, so I do understand. But you need to not do it, little puppies, because it is not very good. No, it's not. Anyway, I also got something I ordered in the post. Now, I would show you it, except Rory's standing on me and trying to give me a hug. Fairly successfully. He's got his head on my shoulder and he's standing on my legs, so he's kind of doing that kind of wrap round you thing, giving a hug. But I ordered, I fell for it. Well, I didn't fall for it. I knew what I was doing, at least. I've been seeing advertised metal embroidery frames. And that you don't sew your embroidery onto it. It's not like the plastic kind of PVC pipe ones where you kind of clamp it on with another piece of plastic that actually kind of doesn't really hold it on at all, as I've been finding I mean, they're called Q frames or something. They sort of work, but they work better if you've put masking tape around the edge of your work and the edge of your work is inside the plastic so that it's kind of got some inner grip on, because, well, it kind of slides out. Whereas this metal shit is complicated. Now, I have paper that I can show you. So, this is kind of what they look like. And I do have two. Now, let's, for argument's sake, I have these two. What you have is I've got a smaller, shorter one that you have, because this is actually the same one, right? But I have a smaller one that's slightly shorter by like this much, right? And what you do is you have actually this one is best. There is a little kind of triangular acrylic rod that you put in one of the groups. It has these big chunky ass metal things. They're like this big. Sorry, you can't see. They're like this big. And you put the plastic thing down through the rods, and then you have like these almost metal handcuffs with pins through them that you then attach. There are two things, 2.5 things, that I feel is slightly wrong. One, it says here, fixing the accessory for the side rods does not need to be inserted in the hole. The holes, in fact, will be removed at some point. So if you buy other frames, you're alright. Now, I don't like that. Do you know why I don't like that? Because if you don't put them in the holes, these slide. Nothing hold. They can't rotate. So if you've got your handcuffs going this way and your poles going that way, the poles can't rotate. Great. These just slide off. Nothing holds them on at all. And you get little plastic cup hat things to go over the edge of the ends of the frame, basically to hold the aluminium, the little plastic rods in. They don't show them on any of the pictures, but it came with a bunch of little plastic hats. But the hats aren't like screw on or clamp on or anything like that. And so if, for example, I want to store it, unless it goes through those holes, you can't pick it up by a side piece because it just comes off. Or it just slides to the other end. I would almost rather you had to screw in those side pieces, because they don't have to be next to your work. They can be far away, like in this picture here. It could be, far away. So why not make them so there are holes in each of the across rods, so that, because if you put them through they don't come off. They don't move because the pin's gone through the hole in the handcuff and the rod below it, and it's not lock solid, but it is secure because it's got a little ball bearingy thing on it, and so you have to pull it with a ring pull to pull it out. But it holds it really nicely. Now, the extending one end on its own doesn't have a hole in it because you're designed to join them together with these metal bars. So you can make it longer. And, it's... I will say, though, these metal things, I don't know what the fuck they're made of. It's not aluminium. That can't be aluminium. That has to be steel. Why do I say that? Wait. I've got 6 of these bars. That shows more, but I've only got 6. I've got spare little... You get little things to skew them down with. So I've actually got... because you can fit 4 in a thing. So I've got a bar and a half more square. So the hymns give you spares, obviously, in case you lose them. But you put them in and then you tighten them. That's great. Wonderful. Totally understand that, because it does make it quite rock solid. Because you put it across the jaw and you screw them in, and it does make it really nice and solid. But I don't necessarily want 1.5 metre wide thing. Thank you, Maury. But it also means that if you're only using, say, because this shows like 1 metre and 1.5 metres, because obviously you can buy a third set of extending things, right? So let's say it's 50 centimetres and I've got the 50 centimetre and the 1 metre one, so it goes, so you've got 4 rods the same length, right? Now, of course, I can mix and match a bit because I've got 2 different slightly sized handcuffs. I can use the handcuffs for longer and shorter. Not a lot longer and shorter, but they are longer and shorter. But let's say I only want to use half the thing, so it's going to be 50 centimetres. Well, one end, those handcuffs are not going to stay on for love nor money. So you've kind of got to, you could lock it in one end, great. You can't lock it in the other end, so, well, if you pick it up by that end, well, then it's going to fall off. If you don't pick it up by that end, well, it's probably going to fall off. And so, but when it's not in use, I've got 4 heavy rods with a bunch of these heavy things. You get pokey stick. It's quite a nice pokey stick. You get this, it's plastic, but you get a pokey stick. You get you've got the joining rods that you don't know quite what to do with when you don't want them. You get you get masking tape to go around the plastic rods to hold your fabric still. I want a bag for it. It should come like, stop licking my pillow. It should come like in a tent bag. I said stop licking my cushion. anyway, I would really, you know how like you get tent bags? I honestly believe it needs to come in a tent bag. Because they're not cheap, these things. These things are not, I mean, they could be more expensive, but they're also not cheap, right? They are expensive enough that I will not, I mean, I am tempted to buy one more because they've got one more that makes really, get off me, dog. That's right, I'm being trampled. Makes like 8 centimetres. Why is that so cold? I put my hand on that and instantly it was like it was, yeah, that is really cold. So there's an 8 centimetre one. It will go down as small as 8 centimetres. The problem is, it's the height is 8 centimetres, not the width. So they're all kind of, I mean, if I show you the website, hang on. Let me find the thing I was looking at. So unfortunately this shows as pink, I think. Hang on. Is it this one? Yeah, 8 centimetre. So if I show you this. So this goes from 3 to 7 inches, right? If I show you. So you get like these, and now these again have got the holes in. Well, these are pictured have the holes in, but you know it. I'm hoping because here's there's you got your handcuffs, then you got the poles, right? So if I come out of this, hang on, out. There's the out button. If I go back, this one. Because this is one I bought, and I bought a black one, and I think I bought, what did I buy? I bought this one. There you go. Bought this one. So you get 2 handcuffs, and you can join them together to make them longer, but you can't make them taller. They're always only narrow and wide. None of them are bigger and squarer. If you know what I mean. So, oh, that's just even longer. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was wondering why it was called Pokemon Super Version. Can be use blue adjustable frame. Anyway, it's a pink one. They do come in stupid colours, and so I went for black because here comes the Amazon man, I guess. But they just look at all these pieces. Doesn't that scream? I need a bag for it. Because they really are quite heavy. Surprisingly heavy. It does need a container. It doesn't matter what the container is. It could be a plastic, a cardboard tube, but it needs not to just be a pile of bits. And if you look here, this is my only concern with it, is that irrelevant of which one it is. I mean, that one's like 7 to 11 inches tall, but that's 150 centimetres long. That is so long. It just feels really, really weird. I want a smaller, squarer one. I want, like, 6-inch square or something. Kind of a small square that you would, almost like pocket patch sized. Because it is embroidery frame. What if you were trying to embroider just a little patch to go on a pocket? You don't want 50 centimetre long, kind of rods that build a house with. I'll go get you one and you'll see just how big they truly are. Because it's a little hard to tell in the picture. Hello! So it's a little hard to tell in this exactly how big they are. I mean, you know, it's written, we can do 7 to 11 inches. So if you assume that 7... Oh, hang on. Doorbell. Yes, it's I've been kind of having fun. I've been getting somewhere with it. So Mr. Amazon Man has been right. Let me get back and comfortable and all the other things. And Rory, do you have to? Hang on. This couch is getting really, really annoying. All the cushions. It's... How do I explain? This couch has got 6 cushions on it. 3 you sit on. So... Can we not, kids? I'll wait for the ads, to be honest. Let me have a bit of a slurp. No. So I've lost all 4 and now I've only got 2. 3. 3. Where's the other one gone? Where did it go, kids? What happened to the other one? There were 4. You'll soon discover what I'm about to whine about. Can you not, children? Just fuck off a minute. Come on, out! I had it like 2 seconds ago. Yeah, I know how that goes. Get some advert in a language you don't speak and you're like, I might be interested, but I don't know what you were actually talking about. Well, this is proving to be annoying. I went and got... I'll wait a bit because we need 42 seconds for you to come back. I don't know where it's gone. I've lost a plastic hat. Let's put the plastic hats back on. Oop, dropped it. For fuck's sake. You have. Now, just to annoy myself, I went and picked up the one that I've managed to lock together. And somehow, I have already lost one of the plastic hats, right? I have no idea what happened to it, but I'm going to show you why the plastic hats are kind of essential, and you'll understand why I'm slightly pissed about the fact that when these things don't lock. So here is, hang on, I'm not showing you the pillow, hang on. You go. So here is the wooden. Now you can see already from the size of this how big these metal struts actually are. But here is the problem. This end, I've lost the metal hat, lost the plastic hat. So the thing just slides out. Well, you're going to lose that shit, aren't you? Or you're going to break it. It's going to snap or get damaged or something, right? Because already it looks a little bit sorry for itself. I don't think it actually is, but if you don't have, turn it over, you don't have these locking ring things pushed in, well, then, I mean, if I pull this one out, and so it's still locking this from turning, but she says not getting it right, because I haven't pulled out the other one enough. There you go. It just slides. So of course then it just slides straight off. Now, obviously I've got holes in the end of these, so I can, quote, lock the handcuffs to the holes in the struts below. If I take this one off, it'll be a bit easier to lock it in. Got to find it is, there it is. And then these hats don't sit on very far. They sit on better when there's no handcuffs, but of course, you know, but of course now I don't know where I don't know where the hat went. Now I know it's white, and you know, and I had it when I picked it up because I had all four corners on it, and of course I picked it up by one end, and by the time I went to put it down on the couch, 3 of the plastic hats had fallen off. The plastic things on the inside were sliding out. You need a bag for this. So clearly one of the first things you're going to have to do is make some bags to store this shit in so that I don't lose everything. Let's put it back down now because, well, carefully, because obviously now I'm missing a plastic hat and I don't know where it is. And it's annoying because, you know, I'm not exactly the world's tidiest person, but at the same time, there isn't really anywhere it could have gone, and yet I can't see it. Come on, dog, move! There is always a dog. Ah, there it is. Found it. There's always a dog in the way. Yes. And I only have 2. You're fucking omnipotent. Always in the way. Wherever I want to be, you're in the way between me and it. That's the deal, isn't it? So, kind of pleased with having that. Lady Savanis, you said you stole my tatting. Hang on, dog toy trying to kill my table. Hang on. My table's very good at rolling over things, but even it has limits, and dog toys are one of them. So, I don't know whether you saw this bit or not. Oh, for fuck's sake. Have you not heard me today? I have less patience than an angry hornet trapped in a bazaar. Being pushy about where you want to sit and coming up through the small hole is not it. So, Lady Savanis, did you see this? Did you see that I made one, I made another one but I haven't sewed the ends in, and I've attached this one. Forgot to attach. Now, as I said, I have not mastered this, but I am getting closer. I'm not saying to master it, but I'm getting closer to minor competency. Not utter competency, as in I could just do it. I have to think quite hard about it, hence yes, I know what you mean. So when you change, they end up with really long necks. Yes. Now I have an answer to that. I have an answer to that. Bear with me one moment. Hey Bailey, how you doing, my friend? How you doing? Let me grab some string and do the quickest winds of all human history, for I do have more extra cheap tatting tunnels. They came in a bag. Hey naughty kelp. So let me show you what I have found. So this is a bit more awkward because I've got my tatting needle stuck in the top of this. So let me just grab a... Hurrah! Bet you're happy with that one. Right. So let me grab some string. And as I said, wind it on this. One of the things I actually do like about these tatting tunnels is they got a hole in the middle. And you poke the string through the hole in the middle like that. And you tie a knot in it. A slip knot in it. So you tie a knot in it. You tie a knot in it like this. And then, so, missed. Fuck's sake, Kimber. As I said, I've got the patience of an angry hornet in a jar at the moment. But this is because I'm at my wit's end. So, make a slip knot, and then you can just tighten it up like this. Oh, came undone. I should have done two. Stupid tip. Should have done it best. See, this is my problem. No offence, naughty cult. Knots always fail me. They just love it, as you know. But you can tie a slip knot. Let's do a bit more of a knot around the knot. Fuck off. All I want to do is for you to stay there for 5 minutes. You know, it's not a marriage license. Let me just start winding. So let me do this a bit. So I've got a bit of thread to hang on to. My shuttle, more to the point. This is the only thing I don't like about shuttles like this is, of course, you have to do that. So, as I said, I am 0-0 on the guru style, right? Well, there is that, and I've got far more respect for your rope making than knots, to be honest, because, well, as you've seen, it's amazing how knots can piss me off. So let's kind of show you this, right? So you're going to make the world's smallest ring. So I'm going to make a small ring. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. That didn't look right, but it doesn't really matter. 5. I'm sure that's 6. 1, 2, 4. Fuck, doesn't matter. We'll do a bunch. We'll do a small handful to make a ring, right? Because it's got to be big enough, otherwise it just looks like a screwed up pile of horse shit. Which technically it is just a screwed up pile of horse shit because I made it, but scooch. We need to do a couple more things because we need a bit more than that. We need something to actually make it rings on. Probably should have made it 12, but whatever. Right, let's call that a ring, right? It's going to be a really tiny ring, but it's going to be a ring. So you make a ring, and it turns into a screwed up snake because you let go, right? Let me extract out the other half of the thing, because as I said, it loves twisting. Even though at no point have you twisted it, it loves twisting. So there is my smallest in living history ring. Look, 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 look. Tiny, blurred little ring, right? When it comes to doing the next bit, when you're going to do it'll do for this. So let's say I wanted to do a chain down this bit, right? I know that I should have made it a lot longer and something to hang on to, or even just because a chain down this bit doesn't really work, right? So let's pretend that I'm going to have a chain down this bit because I can do that. I'm cool, I hope, right? So you're going to do the equivalent of over and under. So you do your over and under like this. What you now must do as you flipped it, so you flip your stitch as you do, hang on, you must pull it and really, really pull it till it cannot be pulled anymore. Absolutely pull it as hard as you can, so that this cannot come away. And then when you do the next half, so you do the I did it the wrong way around, but it doesn't really matter. Over, under. I can't, it's too short. Hang on. Let me add. So let's say we're gonna do, let me tie this round it, because, well, we're not going for the Olympic world records of greatness here. Hang on, I want to poke this through this hole, but it's really a bit small. I need a poking device. I really need a crochet hook. I need a small set of crochet hooks that are not this small a set of crochet hooks, but a small set of crochet hooks, but they've got actual fucking hooks on the end and not just thread destroyers. Because that truly is the biggest problem, is that so many of the smaller crochet hooks don't actually really hook any thread. So, let me poke this through here and try and pull it out the side. No, we're in a mood today. We're in an utter freaking mood. I have no patience today. But, so let me tie this in a knot, and so that we can pretend that we're going to do something useful with it. Hang on. Should have tied it around the other way, really, Kimber. Right, let me tie this in a knot. Hang on, trying to pick up this end here. There we go. So let's try and tie this in a knot. And this is where it No, it was just a work day, really. This is where Naughty Cat will go, well, you do left over right and left over right again, and it won't come undone, and I pull on and it falls straight apart. So you'll understand that I do, like, I hate knots. This is why I hate knots. No, it's left over right and right over left, and if I do that, it just pulls clean the fuck out. As it's about to. Look, you see? Just pulls straight through it. Absolutely hates me. Does it every single fucking time. Doesn't matter which way round to do it. Doesn't matter which colour, because bear in mind I've got two colours, so I can tell which end was which. Doesn't matter which way round to do it. It still ends up so that unless I do a surgeon's knot on one of them, it always comes undone. So let's add a bit of that. Right. So, let's say I'm going to climb down here now as my chain. I know it's coming out the middle. Bite me. Well, let me finish doing this bit and then we'll love to hear all about it, Mickey Gets Me. So let me kind of tie this around my finger because we're going to make a chain, right? When you come to do this, as it's can't even keep it round my bloody finger. This is the problem I have with this shit, is that, you know, I can't even keep a piece of thing wound round my finger, and then when I do, it's not tight enough, and the moment it's tight enough, now it's too tight, even though I only moved it like 1/4 millimetre, you know. So let's do that then. Right. So, going to make the next one, so obviously, see look, it just came, it's worse than bloody bobbins. Stay the F round my fucking fingers. Look, here. Come out of that, you tosser. Right. That is the level of my patience for today. I apologise. Right. Oh, I'm well in a mood today. I'm well in a fucking mood. So, I then pull this literally as tight as it will go. And the next one. Like that. Almost to the point you can't see them. But now you can do the rest of these properly and you count now. So if I do this, I can do like 1. Oops. It's very hard to work now, of course, because I've made it too small. But because, you know, fuck life, because of course now I've only got an inch worth of thread to work in, and I can't really make it any longer, so, you know, but now I've got one, I've got my first stitch, and I can then try and squeeze in another one, like this. Like this. So another stitch, that's 2. And that's 3. So I know it's nowhere near a long enough chain, but now I've got 3 stitches on my chain that I can slide down, although I kind of screwed up by pulling my thread tight at one point, but I can now slide them down, there we go, so they are right up against my knot, but the first ones kind of don't count, but it's almost like when I was doing my needle tatting, let me undo this a bit, when you got to the end of a loop, you tied an overhand knot in it and put the thing through it and tied a knot. It's almost the same deal, in that you make a knot, you do a stitch that you shove right up the butt of your loop, and then you can make a nice chain, and it will look really nice, but it kind of stays where you put it, because you've already anchored, you've kind of done your change of direction, so you're now on a, you know, maybe a different colour, or, you know, or whatever, and then you can do the next bit, because, well, you've already changed direction, you've already established the threads in the right direction to do the stitches, you now start your stitches. It's like, in one of them, I actually saw them do a half stitch start, so she lit, because of course it is realistically an overhand knot, she did a half stitch start, and then she started counting, and it's exactly what she was doing. She was anchoring her threads together so that, you know, the chain came off from the loop, which is what I've been kind of doing with these. And I'm not going to say they're perfect, but, you know, each of these loops, I mean, that one's a bit longer, that one was a bit of a fuck up, but each of these loops are a lot closer to the chains than anything else I've managed, so I'm feeling kind of pleased. But again, it's just kind of, you know, like I say, you wrap it round your finger and then well, and I think that's the thing. I mean, I do tend to pick up crafts really, really quickly. It is kind of, it is my forte in life. But at the same time, there are bits such as keeping something round my finger I find really, really difficult, because I'm concentrating on these 2 fingers. It just kind of, so hence I'm getting better at not having tension and just the weight of the bobbin. So, for example, if I grab these 2 and extract them out of this kind of mess they've got in, right, there we go. When I work, let's say I'm going to, because I've just done a chain, but if I was going to be doing work now, let's say, because it's usually the blue one that dangles, right? I'll start off with it. See, they're all twisted, and you just fucking don't. Just stay the hell where you belong. But you start off by winding it around your finger like a good girl, and if by the end it's done this, I just rely on the weight of the bobbin. I know you can't really see this because it's too long, but I just rely on the weight of the bobbin and the fact that there's a long string, and then tighten it and pull on it, and because I'm so tired of constantly trying to wind this thing around my finger, and then it, you know, it's too long, so I move it up like quarter of a gnat's dick, and now it's too short, and you're by about 6 foot, and you're like, it's the same as the short videos you see of, like, man goes to put something in, you know, I know, a floorboard, a skirting board, whatever it is, and he measures it and it's like, you know, this much too long, so he cuts off this much and now it's 6 inches too short. That's how I am with winding stuff around my fingers, clearly. Because, again, one of the things that I do suffer from, because as you work, you make a ring round your fingers and then you flip them, this is getting smaller. I find that absolutely infuriating. Now, there is a way to do it so you don't, and you do it the other way round. Yeah, it is the I'm going to take it in the garden, I'm going to set light to it and never speak of it again kind of moments. It is the just burn it all, burn the whole place down, and all the thoughts, and anything I was going to make with it, and all the supplies that I bought with it. I do not want to be tempted to just try this crap again. I haven't got the patience for it. And that's kind of me with a lot of things. I am, because like everyone says, oh, you must have so much patience to do this. Come on, guys, you've met me. You know I don't have patience. It's not patience that I have to do this. It's pure stubbornness. That is the only way I succeed. Is my stubbornness is actually greater than my lack of patience. Oh yeah. When you if you've never entirely lost your rag so bad, you will not understand this entirely. You lose vision. You cannot see when you are angry. Literally, it's like someone almost switches the lights off. Because your brain's so busy raging, it does not take in input. It's just raging. You are just this angry hornet in a jar, raging against the entire universe. Usually pointlessly, to be fair, but, because, since when has losing your temper ever helped? It's a bit like saying, calm down. It's not. Exactly. It's not that you don't know, you're not aware of your actions, but, I mean, I remember I only ever lost my temper once with someone so bad I embarrassed myself. And I thought I'd lost my rag with someone before, and I had, but not like this. I achieved level 10 out of 10 utter. I mean, I'd have ripped their flesh from their bones given an opportunity. Right? I was so mad. I'd have done it with my bare hands. I'd have grabbed at chunks and pulled. I have never been so angry in my life. Now I am irritable. I get frustrated, but I'm not. I'd argue I'm generally not angry. I'm usually frustrated, right? On this occasion, I was angry. I was inexcusably angry. I need to set the scene. When I started karate as a white belt, we were all asked fairly early on, would anyone be interested in becoming an instructor? Because if you are, we can invite you to instructor class and you will do extra lessons, which you still pay for, by the way. And, you will grade, but your gradings will be done differently. And you will be held to a higher standard. And then once you achieve a reasonable grade, maybe you can teach, right? But we will also teach you how to teach. So as a barely, I think I'm still white with a yellow tag at that point, but let's go with yellow belt. I am in senior class. I've been doing katas that are for brown belt. That's like, nearly 5 years down the line. I've been learning it. I've been doing all the right things. I've been trying really hard. And everyone else had graded. Everyone else that I knew had started after me had graded, and they were all now green belts and blue belts, and I was still yellow belt. And I asked the guy running the class, our regional manager, what do I need to work on so that I can grade? Because clearly he was not seeing something in me he needed to see. More snap, he said. Now, snap is a little bit je ne sais quoi. It's hard to put in explanation. But it is, you know, when you punch in karate, you snip at the end, right? And it is the stop at the end. It is not just putting your hand there. You have to stop at the end. And it is really minor shit, especially for such a low level, right? And for about 4 months in a row, it was next month. And this was starting, you know, almost in the summer. Come the last class of the year, my normal instructor, so I had like a normal instructor that I went to class with, who had recommended me for this and all the rest of it. Even he was kind of, you really should have graded by now. Don't know why not. And last class of the year, maybe it was going to be that. Maybe it was because, you know, he tended to do grading once a month, so maybe that was that. And I spoke to my instructor before the class. Would I be wrong if I was angry after this that I still haven't graded? It's been 4 months. I mean, to give you an idea, usually between yellow and green belt is 6 classes. Okay? I've been doing 2 a week for like 5 months at this point. Last class of the year finishes. Nothing. And I walked up to this guy and it was kind of like, I should have respect for him. I had none at this point. And I kind of went, Sensei, I want to understand why it is I haven't graded in 5 months to green belt. Because it's not like I'm wearing an instructor belt, which is black and white it was in our lot. So it masks which grade you are and you could forget. I'm standing there in a coloured belt. You can't have forgotten, right? I also need to point out this is the same guy who plonked at a white belt in as an instructor as a temporary measure because someone else was out, who couldn't even remember the names of the moves we were doing, and then gave them the yellow belt the next day because they'd done a class. Not because they were any good. He hadn't watched them. He hadn't kind of asked how the class went. But because he had taken a class, oh, you can have a belt now. Right? So I was feeling a little bit singled out. And he said to me, well, you're an instructor. And I went, no, I'm not. Oh, I thought you were. You should know. It's your region. If I was an instructor, I would be filling in class forms and sending you money. I'm not. I'm not even a kind of helper in class. I am purely a student. I didn't know that. Yes, he does. And I lost it. Absolutely lost it. Yeah. And I melted. And I can honestly tell you, I remember standing there and I explained to him what an utter embarrassment he was to the whole process that we were doing. Because the whole thing about respect, about earning it, about attention to detail. I was... Well, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm standing there in a yellow belt. You could hardly get that wrong. But you do sit there. There is a little bit of you that kind of goes... So you have been completely ignorant for 5 months, even though you know full well, because he has to he gets all the sheets in and has to enter it into a system, and he's well paid for that, I need to point out, because he gets a base salary for this, because all of the instructors in GKR are volunteers. All of the ones, if you ever go to a GKR class, which is mainly Australia and UK, there are some in America, but if you go to a GKR class, the guy at the front who is running the show will be not paid. I say that that's slightly untrue, but when I tell you how much they do get paid, you'll agree with me, it's not worth it. bear in mind, they used to be 90-minute classes. Plus, of course, you've got to set the hall up before make sure it's clear of furniture and sweep it if there's a broom, because we're all going to be barefoot, and clean up afterwards, fill in your class sheets, get the money to sensei after class, blah de blah de blah. For basically 2 odd hours worth of work, you get 20p per kid per class, capped, and so you'll get paid maybe once a year. And it is almost a bonus token effort. You will probably never get more than 50 quid for an entire, no matter how many classes you took. That's kind of it. So they are volunteers. They literally are volunteers. The man who gets all the money is the man who's not there. It is a pyramid scheme. Welcome to the world, right? He gets all the money. Well, he gets given all the money. But he also has a base salary of greater than I currently earn. What does he do for his money? Well, he takes 2 instructor classes a week. He does the paperwork. Now, usually they get their wives to do that, but that's not the point. They do that. They order stock. They receive stock. So, such as the belts and gis and whatever people have ordered. They, of course, get the money for that and a cut of that, by the way. So they get a big cut from the class money. They get a big cut from anything that's sold. But they also get a base salary. And once a month, they take the grading class. All the other instructors are supposed to be there, so they have to give up their Sunday afternoon to do that. Because there's 2 lots grading the kids, one and an adults one. Well, that's the only public time you, as a karate trainee, generally see him is once a month. And of course, you have to be invited to go to grading. So, but that is his public appearance. Once a month, he does a couple of hours on a Sunday afternoon. Right? Now, he is also supposed to go and join his boss for training once a week. Now, the particular one who pissed me off, he was wearing a black and white belt. That means they're not black belts yet, okay? And because we're a fairly new region, that is kind of expected, in that you can't expect to find a bunch of already qualified in your region people for your karate style without there being karate in it first. So, kind of get that. The regional manager didn't have a black belt, but of course, as a student, you see a black and white belt and get told that's the instructor belt. You don't know that that's not a black belt. All you see is an instructor belt, right? Anyway, one Tuesday, because instructor class was Tuesday and Thursday, one Tuesday, this dude rocks up to instructor class wearing a black belt. And everyone's like, "Oh, sensei, congratulations for grading." I haven't graded yet. I'm going to grading tomorrow. There was a huge silence in the hall because, like everything, now I will say you have to buy your own black belt. That's fine. I've got one. It's not here. It's my old house, but I have one. I earned it. I've got the certificate and everything. But you don't wear it. Yeah, actually, it does very badly at that. Because it doesn't actually go around your trousers. But the man was wearing his black belt before he earned it. Now, chances are you might have vaguely tried it on to check it was the right size. Your gi is also held together by tabs, not by by your belt either. So it's not even that one. But it is kind of one of those things, is that you find yourself sitting there going, so you went to class wearing a belt. On the karate one, you have an inside tie that stops the inside moving and your tits falling out. And you have an outside one that keeps the outside flap down. So no, you don't actually need a belt at all. The belt is purely there as a symbol of your grade. Now, I will say, those little tabs do break real easy, so it is useful to have your belt on, but because they tend to get stuck in the door of your washing machine, and then you'll be suddenly hit, bang, and that'll be the tab pulling off your gi, and it will now have a small hole in it. But that's how it works. But yeah, can you imagine? I mean, as a karate person, if I turned up to somebody's karate class with a black belt and I'd never earned one, you would be shamed. I mean, the whole respect of it all just falls out the window. Anyway, he lost a lot of respect for that, and then obviously a couple of months later, this event. And I explained to him, to remind him that, you know, this is all supposed to be about respect. This is supposed to be, you know, it's almost religious in the etiquette that you are supposed to have. And you have just completely screwed up 5 months of my training and life. You've not given me direction. You've held me back. And you've not... It's not like, you know, I'm here because I wanted to help in class. But you've not given me a class to help in. You've not given me a class either. But now you're telling me that the reason you've held me back is because you thought I had a class. You control them, sunshine. And I lost it. And I can honestly tell you, I was screaming at him about how useless he was and what an idiot. And, you know, how can you be this stupid? You know, all of those kind of moments. In front of everybody. I absolutely lost it. And I think my instructor found it kind of funny. But also at the same time, I think I asked him, I sent him a text later, and it's like, because I felt a little bit guilty for losing my shit quite so badly. Because I know the whole place, it was a brightly lit room. It was almost brighter than this, right? And yet, I know I couldn't see his face. I was looking, I know my eyes were open, but I can tell you now, I couldn't tell you what his face looked like when I did it. I can't even tell you anyone in the room's reaction. All I can remember is blackness. The whole room basically went black as I went absolutely nuts. I will point out that the same dude got removed from his post a while later. Not significantly long later, but a while later. By the way, I did get my green belt, and then I got my blue belt. And when I went to get my blue belt, he was not the one taking the class. It was a bit of a surprise. He'd been replaced. With someone actually who was fucking worse, but that's a whole new story. Well, let's put it this way. He didn't know the names of the katas that were the ones for his grade that he was practicing. Oh, well, it's the one that starts something like this. Okay. And after about 3 lessons, he stopped wearing his gi to class, and then he didn't even get changed. And then we found out he wasn't going to his instructor training classes. He would always find an excuse, and so they replaced him. And then they got rid of the next one. We've gone through a few. I've dipped out about this point, but. Because I bust my knees and really it was just too painful after that. But, yeah, this guy, the reason the guy who annoyed me got removed was he'd been sleeping with one of the students. He'd been sleeping with, well, many of the instructors. Basically, I think I was the only woman in the instructor class he hadn't tried it on with. And I think after I chewed his ear hole, he wasn't even going to even ask. I think he was too scared. But I'm quite glad because, well, it would have been embarrassing for him when I said something out loud. Because I did that once. One of my proudest moments in life. And I mean this genuinely. I am actually really proud of this. We were trying to hire someone to do a particular job working with me, right? Now, I'm a bit awkward and I can be a bit moody. Hello, you've met me, right? But I'm fairly intelligent and I do my job well, right? But obviously, if I want to be on holiday or I'm sick or whatever, there needs to be someone else to cover. And so they were getting someone else in to cover, and they got in this guy, and he was huge. He was about 6 foot tall and 6 foot wide, and he was not white. Okay, now I didn't care for colour. Really, I don't care what colour you are. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what gender you are. If you're an arsehole, you're an arsehole. If you're not, you're not. That's all that matters to me. Is as long as you're not an arsehole, I'm cool, right? I don't care if you think you're a cat. I really don't care. Anyway, this guy had been a little bit over opinionated of himself, and every day he'd brag about how he was a blue collar this and how he'd worked for these big people, and it's kind of like, really? You consider that blue collar? Okay. Well, I probably wouldn't have done, thinking to myself, but I thought nothing of it. You know, he's trying to, win favours with me about how great he is, and you do know you're wasting your life, because I'll watch what you do, and if you do what you do is shit, you can say all the words you like, I won't believe you, right? One day, on because I had to escort him out because he hadn't got his badge of his own yet, because we have badges on site so that you can get through doors and things, right? He said, well, because I'm staying here and, my wife's somewhere else, I haven't really got anyone to talk to. Can I have your text number so I've got someone, around here to talk to, and maybe we can go for a beer? Okay, I don't really go out though, but yeah, if you want someone else to talk to while you're here, talk about work or whatever, fine. And he he said, do you have a boyfriend? I went, no. And he went, well, why not? And I went, really not in the mood. Don't need one. He literally said to me, you haven't got a boyfriend because you haven't had it black. Now, and then tried to snog me in the car park. And I was thinking, I can break your face off, hun. I don't care you're 6 foot something tall and 6 foot something wide. Exactly. And I'm sizing up of how I'm going to knock this guy out. Well, I am straight. As you know, I was married. I was married to a lovely bloke, and he can be a lovely guy as long as we're not married. No, it doesn't. And I'm standing out in front of reception, so the ladies in reception, if they had been looking, I don't know whether they were, would have seen him. And I am sitting there knowing that there are cameras, wondering whether I should knock this arsehole on his arse. But if I did, it's an instant dismissal. You're not allowed to fight your co-workers. And this, of course, is why I had time off recently, is because you're not allowed to fight your co-workers, right? Because sometimes it is the only thing, if I could bitch slap them, it would I'd be a lot calmer, right? But this guy did this, and I was walking back to the office. It's not a far walk, I need to point out. It's like, I don't know, 60 metres or something. And I phoned my boss, who was not in, and I said, I need to talk to you. And he went, I'm going to have a conversation with you, and you are not going to believe the words that come out my mouth, for I am not the dude that this happens to. Now, I need to explain something to you. I'm currently 53. I think I've had 5 boyfriends in my entire life. People do not make offers. People do. It's not that they don't talk to me. But people just don't think of me that way. And I like it that way, frankly. Because I don't really care. I mean, I have obviously cared for people and done things with people, but it's very uncommon. I am not highly motivated in that direction. And so, realistically, I'm not interested. And well, because he wasn't taking no for an answer, because I kind of went, I'd already said, I am not looking, I am not interested. And it was kind of like, I don't think so. Oh, but anyway, I said, I don't mind that he did it to me, because if he brought it up again in the middle of the office, for example, I would loudly announce in front of 40 people that I don't want to see how small his wiener is, and, embarrass the shit out of him. I wouldn't even my heart rate would not change, nor would my breathing. I would not care. And I would happily embarrass him till he, you know, because he really was this shade, right? He would have glowed bright red. Oh, I didn't care. Because if you want to make an ass of yourself, you do that, son. You do that. What I was more concerned for were the other people. And I do genuinely mean it. We had a girl upstairs who he would have many interactions with. And she was poorly dressed for work. She would come in like it was a nightclub. She would be wearing what I would call a petticoat that barely covered her knickers, right? Full makeup, glam, the whole shebang. She was stunning. Do not get me wrong. She was stunning. And I'm pretty sure if he'd tried it on her, should have given him a black eye and all. But because she had strength within her as well. But what if it was someone who didn't? Because our HR girl was like the tiniest thing you ever met at this point. And she was kind of almost the mousy librarian kind that wouldn't even say no. You know, do you want a cup of coffee? She'd never dare to say no, even if she didn't drink coffee, right? She'd still say yes, right? And a guy who's 6'6" tall and 6'6" wide is very intimidating to a lot of people. And I recognised this. So I explained to my boss that he'd told me how basically I can't want it because I haven't had it black. And I went, I don't care if he did that to me. I could let that pass. What I will not stand for is he would probably almost certainly do that to somebody else. And that would be bully, and he would bully. They would feel bullied into it because of his size. And my boss agreed with me. He did not return. It was my proudest moment. Because I didn't stand up for me. Didn't give a shit. I don't care. You can make an ass of yourself. And if you believe me, if he'd tried it, he'd have lost it. I'd have given it to him in a Ziploc bag, you know. I'd have ripped. Well, it was because he was very intimidating because he was so big. But because I did karate and I was sitting there calculating which, you know, should I kick him in the face? Because I could have kicked him in the face from almost, you know, from a very close distance. And yes, you may be 6'6" tall, but I can still knock you out there with my feet. Or shall I use my elbow and give you whiplash and break your jaw? Or should I, you know, I was sitting there, I was standing there deciding which was the best option. But I decided none of them because I wanted to keep my job. But yeah, I'd have laid him out flat. I really would. If that had been in a pub, I would have laid him out flat. And probably then stomped on his privates for a good bit of extra. Right? So that he wouldn't forget. It was just so uncomfortable. I mean, I am the least sexiest human being alive. I am, on the sexual scale of chopped liver to beauty, I am chopped liver. And I'm okay with that. It suits me. It's not like I feel I'm missing out. So, if someone is that desperate they need to go for me, that is a desperate man. And the other part that was so wrong about it was this was technically him on his honeymoon. He had literally only just got married. And already he was trying to cheat on his wife. I mean, if I'd had her details, I'd have rung her. I really would. But it was my proudest moment. I was so pleased for that. His name was Olu. We had another Olu, so he became Big Olu, because he was big. Big Olu had done... He nearly got thrown out from security a couple of times, because on our site, you're not allowed to bring in personal equipment. Now, they excuse your phone, but you must not use your camera. We have strict rules because of client information and all the rest of it, right? And he brought in his laptop. Now, he can bring in his laptop, but he can't connect it to our network. And because he's got to fill out forms and things to you know, he's got to fill in this for that, and he's got to fill out, you know, all the HR paperwork and all the rest of it. First thing he did, connect his PC to the network. And I kind of went, is that to the chief only? He went, no, it's on the network. Okay, you've been told already not to do that. So he nearly got thrown out a couple of times for that. He was pushing his luck from the start. And he just thought so much of himself. But it was just, this was his crowning glory. And I don't know if they told him that's why he didn't get to come back. I kind of hope that they did. But it was just so wrong. But yeah, it's the kind of, yeah, you know, you've done that to me. That, you know, you're stupid. I can tell you that now. If you think if, you know, if all the people in the office, you picked me, dear God, blokes, you know, you'd have done better asking for your prison pocket to be dealt with. You know, it's not a thing around here. Lizzie's just not one of those people, right? And the fact that he hadn't picked up that I am, you know, not exactly feeling I'm missing out here. You know, it's, despite asking and pointing it out, you know, I mean, I am kind of glad we didn't employ him, because I got a feeling he was probably pretty crap at his job as well. So, because he was too busy bragging about how good he was. And so normally if anyone's that busy trying to claim they're so great and wonderful, it's usually because they're not. But yeah, kind of my proudest moment. Probably shouldn't be, to be fair. But I stood up and I was like, because, you know, I had to have an interview with HR, and I said, believe me, I don't care that he did it to me. I really don't. I wouldn't have said anything, but I was convinced he would do it to someone else. Yeah. Yeah, if I like you, I will be kind of responding. If I don't, take the damn hen. But, you know, my things with HR is it was my problem. My fear was not that he'd done it to me, because I really don't care. But my fear is for everybody else. And they agreed with me, is that, you know, I've clearly got the wherewithal and the, you're an idiot. And, you know, that's as much as it matters to me. But I am proud of that. I got a dude fired for that. I am proud of that one. I stood up for the littler guy, you know. the ads are already running. Ah, dear. So, let me look in this Amazon package. Well, this should be silver thread. Not for lace making particularly. But this silver thread I thought could make a nice, depending on how well it works, I mean, I'd have to try it to find out. But I thought it might work quite nicely with tatting, or as a kind of a gimp thread in lace making. So I'm just trying to peel the label off to find the end, because, well, that's definitely a thing. So yes, I don't think it'd be very good for, it wouldn't make a good, you know, thick lace making thread, but it might make a good gimp thread, because it is like an embroidery thread made of many strands, and it is quite a metally feeling one. Now I know that sounds stupid because, well, it's silvery, surely it is metal. It feels almost like wire, but it's not. If you look really closely at it, it's kind of, you know how bamboo shoots have like joins in them? Let me see if you can see this. I don't suppose you can, but if I, yeah, you can almost, you can see that along the strands it's not solid, there's marks. Well, those marks are like the chunks on a bamboo shoot. So it's kind of flexible, but only almost, it's like if you put a load of tubey beads, I don't know what they're called, but not the little seed beads, the round one, the tubey ones, on a string, and kind of did them a bit tight and like secured them in there so that it's flexible in that the beads can move, but not that flexible in that they come apart and you can see a gap in the middle. So it's kind of like metal tubes. I mean, if I do that, you can see it's kind of crimpy. It's right. Those are just spare bits that basically seem to be broken off further back that I noticed. They were loose, so I pulled at them because that's what idiots do. But yeah, it breaks into these kind of, as you see, it's almost like wire. You know, it's quite wiry in that it's not sagging or anything. So it's kind of got a wire-like consistency to it. So I don't think it'd be much good for generic lace making, as in like this, although made, you know, something made out of simple silver would be quite nice. but it could be quite good for an edge thread or for a gimp thread, which is where you make a fatter one around something as kind of like a edge highlighty thing for it. Let me stick this sticky back on it so that I won't forget which one it is, because there were a couple of colours, so I might as well keep this on it. But yeah, I thought I'd give that a bit of a poke at some point. But yeah, try and do some more lace today, because I didn't really get much done yesterday. And to be honest, I was so tired yesterday. I'm less tired today. I'm just moody today, as we've seen. Liz has less than no patience today. Hey, it's not like I didn't warn you, though. But it is funny how, as people, we are. You can recognise that you're in a mood, but at the same time, you can't stop being in a mood, even though you know that you're in a mood, and that maybe that should pass now. The problem has gone away. Yeah, but I'm still in a mood, dude. I'm still at this one. I'm not letting this one go today. That's kind of where I'm at with it. And of course, that's just come undone. So. I do foresee this being the strip of the many swearings of bobbins that either the thread doesn't come undone so I can't lengthen it, or that they just come apart and it comes off the top because it had a little bit of freedom, and now it's just going to be annoying kind of thing. So I do foresee a bit of that in its future, or my future more accurately. Yeah, I mean, we didn't do too badly yesterday. We just didn't get as far as I hoped, that's for sure. I certainly had better hopes for yesterday. And as I was putting the video up, I ended up listening to a chunk of it. Oh dear God, I sounded drunk. I was so tired. That was embarrassing. So I do apologise for yesterday. And I'm sure, to be honest, I'll listen to this and I'll hear the rant and go, oh dear God, Gimbo, what are you doing? Let's sort this out, because this doesn't seem right. So yeah, I do occasionally hear some of my videos and kind of go, oh dear God, no, really. So that's definitely a thing. Right, I think we need to do some of this. So let's put you to one side for a minute and grab a pair of you. Make you 4 a little bit longer because you're all a bit short. Doesn't have to be a lot, just a bit. Just make you a bit more in line with your friends. And then you get one like this one that doesn't want to twiddle. And there's no obvious reason to it other than it just doesn't want to. And I can't see why not. It just doesn't want to. Oops. Well, that's not going to help. That's not going to help at all, is it? Where's the glue? Now this is not going to help at all because obviously normally that's where I keep the thread. This one will have to be different, and it will need a hat of some requirement to remind me that this is the odd one out. I need sorting. Hey Fairy Dust. Today Liz is mostly ranting, but it's okay. I am an angry hornet, but at the same time, I'm rational. That's the word I want to go with it. I am rational, but this bobbin has just offended me greatly by ditching its ball bearing, which now poses me an issue. because I need to use it. It's a bit annoying. But never mind. Oh yes, Mika Kesme, come on then. This thing that he showed you, I can't wait to see this. Some of the things that I've seen on the internet could drive a man to drink, so, and I've seen some surprisingly scary shit, so go for it, Mika Kesme. Please enlighten us. I would love to hear all about it. And by the way, post the link if you've got one. Sharing links. Oh, I'm more than capable of upsetting it. I could take it outside and put it in the garden and make it feel bad for its privileges. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. I could do that, and that, you know, I have the childishness within me that would actually do that. I have the. I'll leave you here to think about what you've done. You know, I will do. You know, I can do. Yeah, I can talk to it sternly. Believe me, I could put it on mute and I can explain to it in many short words what I think of it. So, but come on, I can't wait to see what Mika Kesme's got to say, because yeah, I do know what it's like to read something and go, what the fuck, and it's like, what do you mean that's a real thing? You know. It's too many. Thank you, Fairy Dust. You're trying to come undone. Stop being an arsehole. We do not need those in our lives. There's plenty of those in the world. I find it very difficult. Now, I have two transgender friends. One of them was more surprising than the other. In fact, one of them was quite surprising. The other was not. Now, I don't want to out them in any shape or form. So, person A is an older person. They are older than me. That is all I need to say. Right? And they waited till beyond my age to announce that they were transgender. And so as a result, they had a family, and I mean a full family with children, before making this decision. Now, I'm not saying that they made it up and, you know, that they're not genuine, because I knowing the person that I do, I honestly believe that they honestly feel this way. But I was rather surprised that, well, you know, it feels a bit late in life to be bothering to make a change, would be my expression for that. Not that I don't feel it's worth it. It just feels, you know, if you've managed to live this long as, you know, is it really? Anyway, but at the same time, I'm very happy for them. They are much happier now, and so I fully back them in their decision. The other one much younger person. Kind of came, kind of sent their mother to warn me that they were they were coming out as transgender. And now they are male to female transgender, so they are now a girl, and I love them with all my heart. I really do. And when when Mum announced that this person was becoming transgender, I almost went, thank fuck for that. They always were a bit of a girl. They were never destined for butchness, so it was hardly a surprise. So I know two very genuine transgender people, and I love them with my heart. But there then is we've all seen the girl who sings, "My pronouns are not preferred, they are mandatory." And some of it just feels a little like when back in the 80s, when everyone put super glue in their hair for a laugh, and or how everyone got nose rings for a laugh, or how everyone got whatever it was. There's been many things over the years that kids have done to kind of rebel a bit. Dye hair green, whatever it was, right? But some of them, it feels more like a need to be overly different in a world. Now, I don't have a problem with that because I am different. Everybody's different. But instead of just being uniquely them, they need to have absolutely everything different to everyone else they come in contact with. It's a bit like the dragon self people, the people who think they're cats. I don't really care, you can be a cat. I mean, Christ, when I was a young child, I thought, I pretended to be a dog on many occasions. So I'm hardly going to be holier than thou about it. But I wouldn't do it age 53 as a whole. I might for a laugh, but, as I said the other day, I played tug with the dogs, but I don't believe I'm a dog. I know I'm a human being. I'm just playing with the dog. And well, yeah, exactly. If you want to go and shit in a litter box, that truly makes you happy, then, fine. I can't say I agree, I understand, because I don't entirely. But if that's how you believe, I don't care if you think you're a fairy. I don't care if you think you're an alien. I don't care if you're not sure what gender you are. I don't care who you have sex with or not, as in my case. I just don't care. Especially at work, for example. I mean, as long as you're not doing bestiality, or because animals can hardly consent. I don't really care. And it's not really appropriate at work because, we don't do these things at work. I'm not in the porn industry, therefore I don't do these things at work. So I don't care who or what you do in bed. And I'm certainly not going to hold it against you because, it's irrelevant for being at work. The only reason I had a problem with the guy was because he was so adamant and I was worried he was going to threaten other people. Because that was at work, and it's just inappropriate. And it's just that whole kind of, I do agree it can be hard to be sure what is the right age. And the reason I say that is I met two children I met many children, to be fair, during my days doing karate. Most of them were little shits. Really were. Most of them were utter little shits. Sorry to the parents, in case you're watching, but most of the children were little shits. And I feel an awful lot of parents had fallen for we can teach your kid discipline. Yeah, but you're not. We're not going to be teaching your kid discipline. Now, is this the one that I've just stuck the ball bearing back on? It's going to be rounded, so I can't see the one that I did the ball bearing on. I'm going to guess that it is. Right. You know, because the karate kind of almost the tagline was we'll teach your child discipline. Well, no, because there's nothing we can do. We can explain it to them, but we can't force them. Therefore, we cannot promise you they will have discipline at the end, but they will do well at this should they choose to do discipline, right? But of course, many of the kids didn't actually want to be there. It was just cheaper for the parents to get rid of their kid for 90 minutes by spending a fiver and giving it to us than getting and you know, because obviously there's a bit before class, bit after class, so it's kind of a 2-hour thing. And so, you know, 2 hours free babysitting while they go down the pub or they go home and, you know, make like rabbits or whatever they were going to do. 2 hours babysitting, they were never going to get that for £5 anywhere else. And we had some of those. We really honestly did. We had one kid that one of the instructors decided, because normally it was, can you follow some, you know, they did let really young children in. So if you were 5, your child, you know, if a child was 5, your child could join as long as they would follow simple instructions. They don't have to be any good at it, but could you follow simple instructions? If the kid would not, then it would be too disruptive in the class, right? And well, the problem was this kid didn't follow instructions. Every week, this kid came to class and spent the whole class sitting on Sensei's shoulders so that he couldn't do his job because she was too young. She didn't want to be there. She had no interest, but her parents had no interest in having her for the 2 hours so they could take a break. We had another kid who his mother brought him in because she wanted to go and get pissed. She was usually pissed when she dropped him off, but she was even more pissed when she came back. It is one of those kind of moments. So children at karate were all often very difficult. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And, you know, hence there used to be children's classes that were an hour because obviously their concentration span's smaller, and then adult classes that were 90 minutes. And then, of course, they made them all an hour and got rid of all the children's classes. So all the children, of course, came to the adult classes. So, no offence, I don't want to play crab football. I don't want to play dodge mitt because you've been doing karate for half an hour and you're bored. I want to do karate. That's what I came for. So I met some real shitty children, and I also met some really nice children. And there were 2 children that lived around here. I would love to see how they're doing, but I truly felt for them. Like a lot of things, you don't pry into everyone's personal life. If they choose to share it, that's great. If they don't, they don't. But because they were children, I never really asked. Anyway, these kids never got a gi. Their parents came along, dropped them off. Well, they walked around usually, but they dropped them off. So that I knew they were close. And everyone else in the class had got a gi. And these 2 kids didn't. And one of the kids' parents gave one of the 2 a gi. And we knew they were doing this because they'd said, you know, because we've got this old one, but we don't have a spare badge. Can we get a badge for it so we can give it so-and-so? I paid for the other kid to get a gi as well, so that they both got one. And they were so appreciative. But the only reason I was prepared to do that, quite often you stop in the middle of your class for a bit of a break to have some water, go for a pee, right? And all the other children who have been struggling to show even the merest of effort in line, a bit like the dogs when they wake up and they're all for a game and they hair around the house and rip up the carpet, and these kids were the same. Come the break, they were feral. They'd be screaming, running around, and the halls we were in aren't that big. And so it'd be really loud, and it was really... And these two kids, they must have been 9 and 11. I wish these children would sit down and be quiet. Some children are really mature. And these two would have been the kinds that, even at 9 years old, would totally have... It would make sense to explain to them that some people believe they're a different gender and that's what they truly believe in their hearts, and that they are going through a process to change, and that maybe these ones believe they're a cat and this one isn't sure, and so that, you know, this one is non-binary, and so basically it means tomorrow they might be a girl, and you'll need them to tell you what they feel like right now. You know, all of that stuff. She and him, they were their brother and sister. She or him would have totally been up for that. But I've also met 16, 17-year-olds that couldn't understand that. Which, of course, is why we don't generally allow them to vote till they're 18. So they're a bit more adult-like. But these two young children weren't young. They were old souls in a young person's body. And so saying age-appropriate, I know that you generally have to go with the lowest common denominator in these things. Because, well, that's the way of the world. So I would agree that, you know, 8-year-olds is... I guess it could, and I do use the word could be done in such a way that it is semi-appropriate for their age. And what I mean by that is... We all have you know, most people have a daddy and a mummy. Some people have two mummies, some people have two daddies. But there are people who are not mummies and daddies yet, or maybe won't be mummies and daddies yet. They haven't decided, right? But that when they were born, a boy or a girl, found that they didn't really like girl and boy things, and that they really felt that, you know, they were a boy, or that they really felt that they were a girl. And they believed it so strongly that they wanted medically to change. And that, you know, this means that, you know, everything changes. You look at, you know, you think about, you know, how all the girls got cooties and the boys smell, right? That they were going to make sure that they did that. And so that you may see people around, you know, maybe some, you know, one of the brothers or sisters of someone is doing this right now. And it makes it an age-appropriate thing because they will see it. So you kind of have to explain to them that this is out there in the world. But you don't kind of graphically do it. There is a childish way of explaining it, but not, you know. You know, it's a bit like you could explain to a really small child that mummy and daddy are required to make a baby. But you don't have to be like giving them the porn film, right? I think it is a very difficult thing and a very difficult world we live in, because you have to be so careful as to what you say, because there are people who genuinely are, but I also think there are people who do it for attention, and the problem is from the outside they can look the same. Now, extremists of any variation are usually the problem, whether it's religious, whether it's, you know, something like this, in that for years people have been... There have been tomboys. I have always considered myself a tomboy. So, to an extent, I do not fit in standard female definition. But that doesn't mean I want to medically go as far as medically changing. It just means I'm not much of a girl. I think we've lost some of that in that if you don't, you know, if you're not pink and into hair and makeup, you must be a boy. Well, no. You know, the whole... Everybody's unique. Everyone's different. And I think there is some of it I definitely think is the parents. When yeah, doesn't define whether you got a pole or a hole, as the phrase goes. And neither of those should stop you from doing any of the above or mean that it is your job. Yeah, I know. But it is that kind of moment. It is but, the only thing that truly is governed by your gender, and that is your biological gender, is whether you produce sperm or eggs, and whether you gestate children and lactate. Everything else is, well, whether you're into cars, whether you're into pink and lace, I mean, it does not mean, if you like lace, doesn't mean you're a girl. If you like cars, doesn't mean you're a boy. If you climb a tree, doesn't mean that you now need to be a boy. And I feel we've kind of lost a little of that. But when you hear parents say, my 3-year-old's trans, how do you, I mean it with a lot of respect, how do you know before you've really hit puberty? Because before you really do the puberty thing, sexual kind of things aren't really a thing. So, or shouldn't be. So, how do you know? How do you decide that you're not? I mean, I had Action Man as a kid. I also had a Cindy as a kid. Now, maybe he was gay, maybe he wasn't. But it may not have meant anything other than he had his sister's dolls. I mean, it's sometimes, I mean, most of us played dress up at some point when you were really young. Now, and you see, this is the thing. And I think that, and Tenchi, you're right there. I think an awful lot of times people associate things with a certain gender, and it's not about gender. Yes, back in like 1940, women sewed, mended cars, women cooked at home, fine. But we're not in 1920 anymore. It's 2025 now. We've had 100 years of that, and just like we managed to stop putting, women are allowed to vote, and well, they did. High heels were invented for men, for Christ's sake. But it is one of those things, is that we have managed to move away from a society where but we have moved. Woolen socks are really useful. But we have moved away from a society where women can't vote because they're women. We have moved away from the segregated bathrooms because how dare the coloured people use the white person's bathrooms. We have finally, it took obviously a long time, but we have finally evolved past this. Mostly. I'll go mostly. There are still many people who struggle with it. But we do not have segregating bathrooms. Exactly. And I mean, certainly even in my lifetime, we have gone from being gay was shameful. When I was a kid, it was almost, hey, you're gay. It was an insult. I know that it still can be used as an insult today, but back then it was pretty much, if anyone found... No. And this is one of the things. I don't care if someone is gay or not, bi. I mean, I care if you're into bestiality because, as I said, they can't consent. So I am a little concerned about that one. But, if I don't care what gender you are. I really don't. I mean, frankly, your text name's on a screen. How can I care? Because, like you've proved, Lady Sylvanas, right? You're not female, but you are Dark Lady Sylvanas. You always will be. And I have no problem with that. I don't care what gender you are. Doesn't matter a jot. We're having conversations like adults do. Now, if you were making moves on me, I might care what gender you are because I have a preference. Well, obviously, I wouldn't call it a preference. I am only attracted to men. But, well, that too. But you do sit there. There is an element of... There are many times your sexual orientation is irrelevant. So, I don't feel that people should need to be ashamed, nor should they need to tell people if they don't wish to. Because, yeah, sure, me and the husband did this. Well, okay, if you're female and you've got a husband is usually male after all, that's... Oh, no. I know. Oh, very much. And I totally appreciate that, Lady Sylvanas. I really do. But what I mean is if you're at work, why does it matter if someone's gay or not? Why does it matter? How's that relevant? As I said, we're not in the... Unless you work in the porn industry, how is that relevant? How is what they do with their partner, of any gender or not, as the case may be, multiple genders, maybe they're free and easy with their life, right? Why does it matter? How is that relevant to how good they are at their job, what they're like as a co-worker? The only time it is relevant is when they are hitting on you. And maybe they are not your kind. But then you politely say no. Like you would if there was someone that could have been your kind, but you're not interested. You politely say no. If they push their point, well, again, if you're at work, that's a bad thing. But yes. Well, and that's the kind of thing that I think goes back to the 1920s thinking, right? Is that when I was a kid, as I said, we had two kids at school. Well, there is that. But we had two kids at school. Now, they were called Paul and Ian. Ian was a very disabled young gentleman. He was lovely, but he was very disabled. I don't remember what he had wrong with me. Forgive me. It was best part of, 40 years ago. But Ian was wheelchair bound, and Paul used to help him by pushing him around and making sure that he had stuff. Exactly. Here's a thought for you. When you're at home, you don't have male and female toilets. Only in public do we have male and female toilets. Now, it's not that I'm against male and female toilets. Believe me, I truly am happy for them. But it's only when you're in public are the male and female toilets. In short, because, men have urinals. Now, if they didn't have urinals and they just had stalls, like the women, you would potentially be far better off
Well, part of the reason there isn't the queue for the women's toilets, of course, is that men have urinals and stalls. They generally have the same number of stalls as the women, but then they've also got urinals. So, you know, like twice as many men can go for a pee at a time as the women's. Because I won't say we have to sit down because we can squat and aim a bit, but, you know, we kind of need a toilet. We do best sitting down, let's be honest. Therefore, as you say, we kind of need more toilets than the men. Not because we need more actual toilets, but just because, well, if you approximate that, you know, roughly half and half genders will go to see a film, if 100 blokes go to see a film, well, then 100 women are going to see the film. But if you've only got 3 stalls for the women, but you've got 3 stalls and 6 urinals, because they don't take up as much room, well, clearly you're going to get the men queue is going to be a lot shorter. And then the women get pissed waiting for the women because it takes them, quote, so long, because you've had to queue for half an hour to get in for your pee. It is difficult, but why not have toilet cubicles that have floor to ceiling doors that are just cubicles, and that you rock up in a queue, and when the next cubicle's open, whoever wants to go into it can go into it. Well, one of the things that I found really shocking, and, you know, call me an old fart if you like, when I was doing karate, now this is going back 8-9 years now, when I was doing karate, one of the schools that we went to, that we did karate in, I needed the toilet. I was gonna puke. It was one of my first lessons back after my knees. My asthma was playing up. I was drowning in my lungs, and I was gonna puke. And someone had come along to kind of support me, and their child, who's a lovely kid, he's 18 now, so, you know, he's not really a kid anymore, but he was a child then, showed me where the toilets were. Didn't think too much about it. Bear in mind, this is bear in mind, in our schools over here, we tend to call them different names, so we have like junior school, secondary school, whatever. As far as I'm aware, this is what I would call junior school. So this is potentially 5 to 11. 11 usually max. It's more of 5 to 10, right? Communal toilets. Now, sure, to a large extent at that age, they haven't really done puberty. But these days they are aware. There was a big circular kind of bit Harry Potter. There was a big circular set of hand basins in the middle, stalls either side. And, I mean, he didn't come in the stall with me to chunder, because, you know, it's a bit much to ask of a kid. But he stood outside. You alright? Do I need to go and get someone? And it's like, no, I'll be alright. It wasn't like he was in the ladies or I was in the gents. It was communal toilets in a young children's school. And I found that weird. And maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't find it weird. Because the reality is I kind of find it weird that we do have different gendered toilets. Because, well, if you're going for a pee, you're going for a pee. Go in there, shut your door like you would at home. I mean, why can't we just have a load of toilets like there were? I mean, I've worked in office buildings where there were 2 toilets, one upstairs, one downstairs, and whoever needed to pee went in, did their stuff, and came out again. They were shared toilets. But it is more common to have women's toilets, men's toilets. And I just found it really, really odd in a school that they had shared toilets. It would probably be worse at secondary school, I will agree. But at the same time, it still struck me as weird that they had shared toilets in a school. I mean, children are so well known for their hygiene. Mind you, that was the other thing during COVID, how children are allowed to go to school. And it's kind of like, but of all the germ-filled, infested humans that we will have on this planet, it's children. But no, they still had to go to school where we couldn't go to work. Yes, that's my favour. That would be my preference as a rule. You know, if you're, have 30 or 40, non-gendered, just queue up, next cubicle open, there you go. It stops the whole, oh, I'm going to wait for the women, because you can stand next to each other in the queue. But like Lady Sylvana says, is that a lot of these discussions have to be done very carefully, because it is very easy to say the wrong thing. And it has to be said for a number of the, let's say for the more demanding and vocal side of the trans community, the ones that you inevitably hear from, it is difficult because whatever you say will be wrong for them. It's how it feels. It's certainly how I feel as someone who is, white, slightly over middle-aged, straight, boring, and all the rest of it. But I'm neurospicy. But technically, I need to point this out, technically I am on the LGBTQ category. I am in the IA plus category, I will point out. But I am technically in that category. But does it matter? No. Do I tell my work? No. Because, whatevs. It's none of their business what I do at home. Maybe I have, 3 toy boys on the go. No, I don't. I haven't got the time and energy for that shit. But, maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Why would it matter? It's... The problem I have with a lot of it is it brings into... It makes a lot of people find it difficult to have a conversation. Because, for example... I do look a lot like my picture. I'm just older and slightly less attractive. But I do look a lot like my picture. For I have long brown hair, glasses, green eyes. I'm wearing a beige jumper. Actually, I'm wearing a browner jumper at the moment. Look, it's browner at the moment. But generally, I wear a beige jumper. That is a fairly accurate... using that, if you walked into a room, you would almost certainly recognise me from that video caricature in the bottom corner. Right? Or certainly have a damn good guess that, maybe it's only one of 2 people in quite a reasonable number, right? But at the same time, I have huge boobs, and I have no real use for them. And that is something that I do believe is a genuine problem. Which is why I do feel that Tenchi and I think, Well, and that is it. Like everything, a small minority spoil it for everybody else. And if you think of the big ISIS, issues of a year or so ago, where lots of people suddenly were scared of everyone who was Muslim. Muslims are usually quite nice. But a handful of weirdos spoiled it for everybody. And lots of people feared for their lives. Lots of people got abused, hated, just because of some weirdos that they weren't. And this is what I mean by the extremist side of everything, is extreme behaviour in any shape or form is the behaviour that people don't want to see. And the problem... And that's also a very valid point. I have a great fear of naked men for a trauma of my own. And so I do very much understand. It is one of those weird things that the problem I see with a lot of it is it's a bit one-sided. There was a post I saw earlier today on, I think it was Instagram, but again, one of the shorts, it doesn't really matter, they're all the same shit, of a bloke who was basically pointing out that because he is not black, he's white. Because he's middle-aged, he doesn't get a Pride Month, he doesn't get a History Week, he doesn't get, specialist groups, he doesn't get... And yet they talk about his privilege. Now, I'm not saying that there is not, in many situations, a level of white privilege. But there can also be the reverse. Now, even when I was a kid, I was very aware that racism was a thing, and I didn't agree with it. But there was a girl that we knew... I mean, I say girl, she was like twice my age, but that's not the point, who had gone to work in a company, and she was the only white face, and they bullied the living crap out of her. Which would be exactly what all of the colour people would accuse the white people of doing. But she was the white face in a black crowd. And they bullied the crap out of her. It can work both ways. And I will say, and I had a discussion once with a co-worker, and it was a kind of an odd discussion because as someone pointed out, how would you know? But as a woman, I class myself as such for this kind of moment, I would hate to find out I got a job to meet their woman quota. I would absolutely hate that. Now, sure, as said person pointed out, how would you know? Chances are you wouldn't. But if you ever got the hint that you were hired just because you wanted to meet the quota, you were kind of like hired to look good on reception or hired because they thought that having a girl would make it easier for the clients to feel it was a balanced company, whatever it was. If you got hired as the token, we need some minorities, we need a token one of these, this one will do, right? Irrelevant to what differences you may or may not have, whether it's a disability, whether it's, irrelevant of what the difference is. If you found out that, what if you were in a wheelchair and you found you got hired because they wanted to prove that they were disability friendly? They didn't actually want you, they just wanted to claim that they're disability friendly and that they are, that they conform and that they can't be taken to court because we've got disabled people who work here. Oh, we can't be seen as biased because we've got some, look. How offended would you be? It doesn't matter what you are, who you are. If you found out you were hired because of something that... Exactly, right? And we were having this discussion, because we were both female, and we were saying about how we would utterly hate to find out we were hired as the token bird for the department, or the company, or whatever it was. And someone did rightly point out, but how would you know? I would like to point out, you can sometimes tell, because I've seen token hires for that reason, and you can tell because, well, they never actually really do anything. Even if it doesn't come out in words, the fact that they never really do anything, they're just kind of floating around and show up at a few meetings and maybe they would get brought out for the client meetings. They would always be in the client meetings, but they wouldn't really have anything to contribute, but they'd be in it so that they can be seen, that, oh, well, these are our engineers. Look, we've got token ones. Look, we've got one of each variety. We've got one of those and one of those and one of those. Look, we've got a whole hat trick, and you don't want that. Nobody wants that. And this was something I know a bunch of us discussed once, was how when you get a job, you want to believe they hired you because they thought you were the best person for that job. You don't want to find out that you weren't the person they thought was best for the job, but they hired you because, well, they needed some, it fit some quota, it made someone else happy. Because I remember one manager who was a bit of a shit, actually saying to me, they knew I'd be best at the job, but they knew they would never get on with me. Well, what the fuck did you hire me for? Because I'm not the best for the job if you're not going to be able to work with me. If you've got a problem with me due to whatever reason, that's fine, I accept that. But why would you then give me the job? Knowing that you are going to want to, you're not going to want to work with me. You're going to hate me. That's also another one. If, we can hire a woman because they're cheap. It's another one, right? Because inevitably, still, we do earn averagely less than our male counterpart. But there shouldn't be a quota for the job. And I mean this sincerely. Let's pick lumberjacks. Lumberjacks is a highly physical job. Now, it is traditional that lumberjacks are male. It is less likely a woman is going to be up to the same physical level as a male to consistently do that job on a day-to-day basis. Now, it's not that they can't do the job, but as an average, the average woman is not going to be able to do what the average man could, because it is more physical. And it involves lifting and strength, and that comes more naturally to a male body, because they've got the testosterone to do it. But that does not mean that women can't do it. But it does mean that it would be very difficult to have a 50-50 work base of gender. Because, well, they're going to be less good at the job. And I mean, there was a thing once, a company I worked for, I still work for them, but they're not my company anymore, but the company I work for. At one point, when kind of diversity became a bit more mainstream to talk about, someone accused the fact that all the people, the leader of the company and their 5, I think it was, head honchos, were all white males. Now, and everyone was like, oh, that's terrible, you can't possibly. Well, I wouldn't want to be brought on as the token woman just so there was a token woman on the team, as an example. Even though it'd be a high-paying job and, it makes everybody look good. If I am not best for the job, I don't want to be given it. And if it so happens, currently, the 5 best people in the company to do that job are male, then they're male. But if a better woman comes along than one of the blokes, it should be stepped down, let the woman have it, right? And this is something that I do struggle with, is that the need to be seen to be equal opportunity is a good thing. You should be held accountable. If you've got, 1,000 employees and not one of them's female, does seem that you probably could have had a few roles that women could do in that kind of environment. Irrelevant of what the environment is, do you not have a receptionist that, because why's that got to be male? Now, but again, statistically, we all know that if you flip a coin, it's heads or tails. infinitely rarely, it can land on its side. But the principle of coin flipping is that roughly 50-50. But as I also proved to my statistics teacher, you can also have a long run of heads and tails. It feels wrong that we force people into feeling they must have equal numbers of everything. I do feel it's a good question to ask of them. You know, your department's been mainly male for a while now and you're looking to hire a new person and you're suggesting that we hire yet another male person. Can I ask what was wrong with, say, this female employee, why this person's better? You know, please justify why this one is better than, say, a female one that seemed more qualified or whatever. But if they're not more qualified, if they haven't got more experience, well, maybe they just would be, a male one would be a better fit. Sometimes the male one is the better one for the job, you know? And I do feel that that can be true in that there are jobs where, you know, there are more men interested in the profession. Or you know, you may find that in the area you live in, men more than women are interested in a particular profession. Or you may find that, you know, out of all the applicants you got, a man was the better one for the job. You don't then go and hire a woman because people might think badly of you. Surely you do not hire a lesser person and leave this poor schmo who was vastly overqualified to do your job but desperate to do it because he was a bloke, and you've already got 5 blokes and you really should have a woman. You know, no, but we've already agreed no one wants to get a job because they were the token. So why then would we accept that, you know, it is compulsory to make sure you have got a quota of, and that you would then give preference to a particular gender or someone with a disability just to make sure you keep that quota right? Because if the best person for a job was a bloke, the best person for the job was a bloke. If the best person for the job has no legs, they have no legs. It's whoever was best for the job. But I do feel that people should be accountable for what makes them the best person for the job. And if on paper, and they were in the interviews and felt that both were equal, and particular manager is swaying to one, not the other, surely it is not wrong to be asking, well, what was so better about that one in your eyes than this one? What makes them so much better? And you know, because, you know, have that discussion. But sometimes a bloke's the best person for a job. You know, because they were the best applicant that applied. It's not, and they happen to be male. But this whole thing with the company was that they actively said, and I think this is what annoyed me, was that yes, currently they're all male. We are looking to change that. But almost by saying so is, we're going to get rid of the one of the guys that we thought was best for the job and put in someone who was potentially less good for the job, but at least they're a woman and will make you feel better. I hope not. Because, you know, as I say, if I'd been, you know, if someone had then said, hey Liz, you know, we wanted you to be involved in, you know, we want you to come and be this because, you know, we're a bit short of women on the board. Excuse me? I should not be being considered just because I'm female. I should be considered because you thought I was best for the job. It's 2025. Our gender, whatever we declare it to be, shouldn't be the reason we get hired or fired or promoted or any of it. You know, it feels so wrong that we still haven't got past that. And don't get me wrong, I do feel sorry for people who are discriminated against because of gender, because of who they have relationships with because of disabilities, because I do feel sorry for them. Not in a pity party way, but in a, because why can't you just be treated as a human being? Because that's what we are. We are human beings. It's not like we sat in, mummy's womb and consciously made a decision to be whatever, People with disabilities, most of them did not sit there going, I want to be disabled, I'm going to make sure I'm disabled. Very few people self-mutilate themselves to become disabled. I mean, there are some. I mean, there's always some. But, it's... Unless it's going to hamper you in your job. Why does it matter? We spoke about this a little bit. I spoke about this with someone the other day. When you phone a company for support, I don't care who's on the end of the phone. I don't care what gender you are. If you want to call yourself Dave, call yourself Dave. If you want to be Sarah, be Sarah. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care what gender you are. I don't care where you are in the world. What I do care is that if I explain very precisely to you in English, that you understand. So, for example, I bought something the other day and it was the wrong one. It didn't fit because it was not for the model like it said it would be. So, much like, for example, let me show you these. In that black pot I showed you earlier is my ear things, right? And one of them's currently in my ear. Now, these are Shure earbuds. This bit is a screw-on accessory that turns these, actually I think it pops off, it does, that they are designed to be a wired earphone, but you can buy these to turn them into Bluetooth ones, right? Whatevs, right? That's the way it goes. Now, if I phone up because you've said you've sent me ear thingies for Shure, and these are Shure ones, so I did buy the expensive Shure ones to make sure they were the right kind, and it doesn't fit because, well, actually it's not for Shure, it's for somebody else. When I phone you up and say you have sent me the wrong one, doesn't fit my model, I am not talking about the quantity. At no point was that about the quantity. When I say it needs to be picked up because it's huge, because thanks for coming, Tench. I've missed having you in my streams. But again, if you phone up to say that your boiler's broken and you give an error code and they can't get the code right because their English isn't good enough, I don't care that English is not their first language. What I care is that, because, they live in another country, English is not what they need to do, they need to do their life. But if your job is to answer to English people, you need to be providing people who speak sufficient English to understand. And so I feel for, outsourced help desks type people, because it is so easy to be annoyed with them when they get it wrong. I asked for this package because this package, it had to be 1 metre tall and 50 centimetres either side. So it was tall and nearly, and then obviously a 2 metre kind of circumference, right? This thing was uncomfortable and difficult to carry. So I asked for it for pickup. It took 4 people before I actually got someone who managed that, because they weren't listening, because they didn't click the right shit, because they didn't pay attention, because even though most of them were typed at, so you think that, if they didn't know, they could always translate it or whatever. No, most of them booked drop off. When I've already said I cannot drop it off because round here, if I was in London still, yeah, fine, because there's post offices and drop off points kind of almost within spitting distance of wherever you live, right? Out here in the sticks, there aren't. And, you know, it was going, oh, you can but here's a post box. You can't. Our post boxes have got slots like this on it. They're about this long and about this wide. You're not going to put a metre by 50 centimetres by 50 centimetres through the hole. Hello, moth. So post box is no freaking good to me. Don't tell me where the post boxes are. It needs to be a proper depot. And then I've got to drive, 10 miles or whatever it is to the depot. But they don't have parking. So then I've got to park like half a mile away and then try and carry this box, which is why I had to be pickup, right? And everyone I spoke to, yes, I've done it. No, they hadn't. But of course, until you get the email confirming it, you don't actually know what they picked. And the frustration of spending an entire afternoon going, I need to return this. What's wrong with it? Well, it's the wrong one. What do you mean? Well, it's the wrong one. So you've not got enough? No, I said it's the wrong one. It's the incorrect item. All right. So what's wrong with it? Well, it doesn't fit the model that it says it's for. It says it's for this and it's not. Oh. Are you sure? Yes. I spent an hour on the phone with the manufacturer. It's not the right one. Right. So what do you want to do? Do you want a refund or do you, so do you want a refund? Well, yeah, I don't want to keep it. It was 750 quid. Okay. Well, okay, so I've arranged for it to be picked up. Is there anything else? No, that's fine. Half an hour later, 45 minutes, ping, email. Yeah, it's been arranged for, you've got to drop it off. No, I said pick up. They agreed pick up, but that's not what they did. So then it is very difficult almost not to be annoyed by the time you finally end up getting hold of someone and speaking to them and all of that kind of stuff, to almost lose your crap with them going, look, I have explained this so many times. I do not want to have to explain what's wrong with it. It needs to go back. It's not the right item. And someone will need to come and pick it up because I cannot carry it for more than a handful of yards. Right. And the person I finally spoke to was very helpful. And, I kind of overly praised them for listening and kind of said, well, congratulations, because the previous 4 people I spoke to couldn't do that kind of thing, right? Because one guy hung up on me. That was always gonna make you cheery, right? But you shouldn't have to fight that hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just to return an item when the company has sent the wrong one. I do believe I've now had my refund, so I can go and order from the other company, i.e. the manufacturer, who actually can do it for cheaper. But I also kind of need, although, and this is the other problem, according to the Amazon screen, or the email I got from Amazon, they have refunded me, but they have not yet received my item. Well, it left this house last Wednesday on a 48-hour delivery. Well, it's kind of Tuesday now. What do you mean you haven't had it yet? So let me actually, on that note, just go and check, see what it says the status is, because maybe it's updated today, because of course that's the other problem, is it doesn't always update when you think. Yeah, there it says, refunded, we are expecting your return. Not we've refunded it, we've had your thing shares done. No, we are expecting your return. What do you mean we're expecting it? You've had it. I mean, look. We are expecting your return. They've issued the money, but they're kind of, we've not had it. Yeah, and it kind of annoys me because you're sitting there going, well, if I then say go and order a new one, right? I go and order one that will be the right one from someone. And I get that, except this actually went back to a kind of marketplace company. So it actually went to their address, not to Amazon. But obviously it's still, to an extent, it's going to go, and I've got to have the, yes, she returned what we sent her kind of thing done, right? But it annoys me because let's say I go and order a new one, 700 odd quid. Well, if they then decide that I didn't return it and I don't have another one to send, because why would I? Well, you're in a pickle now, because they will take the money back because they actually say they will do that. If we do not receive your item by this date, we will have to take the money back. So it's almost like, well then, don't give me the money back until you've got it, but you also need to be more on the ball about it, because it's also like the Amazon thing, of course, of the, we don't charge you till the day you buy it and we instantly take your money, but it will take up to 30 days to get your money back because you won't get it back immediately. Why not? It's an electronic transfer. It should be immediate. Now, it says I've had my money back, so let me go check with my bank, because oddly enough, I don't remember anything saying you've had money. Because it is, after all, I have had it back. I can see I've had it back by the balance. Yes. There you can see. Look. 753 quid. It's interesting because I thought it was supposed to be 779, but there we go. Because that's what they said. Because it says, well, as it says there, a refund of 777. So I'm not quite sure where the money went. How did that work? Let me go quickly check something else then. Liz. No, that's not what I want. Account. There we go. Gift card balance. Oh, I've got a gift card balance of £25.60. That's why. I just wanted to check where the rest of that refund went, because obviously that matters. But if I then went and bought from Karcher the washy thing that I'm trying to buy, and yes, it is cheaper, but not a lot cheaper, but it is cheaper. What if Amazon then say, right, we're taking our 700 quid back? How does that work, right? Now, I did rather interestingly recently get an email that made me crack. Let me see if I can dig it out, because it really will make you crack. It is the funniest thing. Hang on. I will read it to you if I can find it. Hang on. Okay. We are contacting you about an unresolved product return that you initiated on amazon.co.uk. And it is a genuine from Amazon email. Because I checked the order number and the amount the hard way. Following a recent internal review, we identified a very small subset of returns that were unresolved. Because we could not verify that the correct item had been sent back to us, we could have notified these customers more clearly, and in brackets, and earlier, to better understand the status and help us resolve the return. Given the time elapsed, we've decided to err on the side of the customers and complete refunds for these returns. You have one of these returns shown below. Your complete refund for this item. The refund was made to the original payment, or if unavailable, is dumped as your Amazon gift card. Refunds take 5 to 7 business days to appear in your account. No action is required because you've received your refund and we've made the process blah, blah, to speed this up. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Order and refund amount, £25.60, which is where the gift card money came from. Yours sincerely, Amazon. Well, I was kind of puzzled as to what the fuck it was that they thought I was returning hadn't been sorted, because, well, usually I'm quite on the ball. Now, I would walk over and go and get it, but I can't be bothered. I have the item that they're on about. I never refunded that. But do you know when I bought it? Go on, I'm going to... I am, there's 5 of you possibly listening. Wake up, everybody. I want you to hazard a guess as to the refund I got last week from Amazon for £25.60. Not what it was for, because it's irrelevant. Well, if you really care, it's for a battery charger, okay? When do you think I ordered it? Go wild, and I bet you will still be wrong. So I am open to that. Bailey fails. Yep. You failed. Any other guesses? Anyone else want to guess? 2020. 5 fucking years ago. Five whole blessed years ago. Yep. And as if to prove, just so that you feel better, just so I can see that you see it, ordered 26th of August 2020, 1 lithium Black & Decker battery charger, sitting over there on my table. At no point does it show any attempt to return it. It's not saying return status, nothing. I bought that. They refunded me that. Why couldn't they do a bigger, expensive one, for fuck's sake? I mean, for the amount of shit I bought through Amazon, you could at least have done a more expensive one. But it's over there. I can see it from here. So you can imagine the look on my face when I got a thing and I typed the order number in just like I did now and pulled it up and it said August 2020 and I'm like, that's 5 years ago. 5 years and you've only just noticed. I mean, I'm glad you've refunded me for something that I've got. I mean, you know. But of all the things, I don't generally return a lot to Amazon. You know, I'm not the kind of person that if I buy something and I don't like it, I wouldn't generally return it. If I didn't like it, that's my fault. If it's wrong, that's different. So if I order something, you know, let's say I order macaroni cheese and they send me broccoli, I'd be pissed and I would send that back because it's not something I would use. But as long as I'll use it, you know, if it's what I ordered, my fault, right? So I don't send a lot back. So it's not like I've got a big long history of returns and that, you know, maybe they're a bit sick of me. Because I had something the other day and Amazon actually said, have you returned something recently? And I went, no, because I hadn't at that point. Because something had happened. And it was kind of like, why would it do that? Have you done a lot of returns recently? No, I haven't done any returns recently. I did have a spate where they didn't deliver a load of stuff. And that was fine because, you know, they didn't deliver it. But yeah, something else that is kind of amusing. So, for example, let me do this, right? Hang on. Right. As an example, Nurofen, right? £1, whatever it is. Say 5% on any 4 qualifying items, whatever it is, right? In the past, they've done things like, you know, 5% if you buy 5, for example. And here, I can buy 10 Nurofen. I can tell you now, if I buy 2 packets of Nurofen, it will block my purchase. And you're allowed to buy 2 packets of Nurofen in this country. They don't like you buying 2 packets of painkillers at a time. Now, the stupid part is I can buy 100 Nurofen from the chemist. That's fine. But I can't buy 2 packets of 16 from the chemist. With, you know, if I bought 3 packets, I'd get questioned. But I can buy 100 of them in 1 packet. It's a bit daft, right? But we Brits live with this kind of weirdness and stupidity in our lives. For it is stupidity. Now, I know that, I think it's called Advil over there in America. You can buy like 1,000 pill pots. We used to easily be able to buy 100 pill pots. Now you have to ask. Now the chemist has to kind of glare at you with like the why do you want so many look, alright? And it's the fact that I don't want to come back every month buying some more. Yeah, but you might eat them all in one go. It's because you might overdose on them. Yeah. Well, I can also tell you that when I had my wisdom teeth done, I was categorically told to eat as many Nurofen as it was necessary to keep the pain away. And if that meant I ate 100 a day, so be it. Because I did kind of say, well, what if I, you know, how many's too many? And I said, they went, well, you know, it'll be fine. And I went, well, what if I eat a box of 100? And they said, then you've eaten a box of 100. Now, I also know, and don't ask me why I know these things, because I just retain stupid information. The average person, now this is not true for everybody, so bear with this. The average person would need to consume over 100 paracetamol to do any form of damage to themselves. And it would be in the form of liver damage, right? I get bored, okay? I have amazing memory for useless information, and I am easily bored, so I remember a lot of weird shit. Now, there are people who are sensitive to paracetamol, and 6 in a day could hospitalise them, but they are very few and far between. But you'll read the packet of your paracetamol and it will say you must not take more than 8 in a day. But even 100 won't kill you. So even if I bought 3 packets of 16 paracetamol, as my ex-husband once bluntly put it, I was going to kill myself. I took a load of pills, but then I felt better. It's kind of like... Now, it's not that other people are not sensitive to these things, and it could strongly adversely react to them. But like everything, you know, it's a bit like peanuts. I can eat a kilo of peanuts. I don't really want to, but I could eat a kilo of peanuts, and I'd live to tell the tale. If you're allergic to peanuts, you can't. But you can still buy a kilo of peanuts. You're expected to be a responsible adult. My anti-migraine stuff. They'll only ever give you a month or so, and I think it's 2 months at a time. Well, because because you might take too many. Have I ever had a history of taking too many? No. Have I ever even knowingly had a time where I've gone, oh shit, I've already taken them today and now I've had 2? No. Not once in my life. So why are you so worried about it? Because I've got a history of taking these things for years. I have never shown any inclination to eat too many. And in fact, one doctor told me if they weren't working, I could eat even more than I'm allowed, than it says on the tin. He actually said to me, although these say take up to 2 a day, you can have 2 every hour if you need. If it's working, keep taking them, kind of thing. Or which is it? Am I only allowed 2 a day, or am I actually allowed 2 every hour if I really need it? I have some painkillers. I've got some really strong painkillers. I've got a little tub of them. They're great. Because for once, they didn't come in blister packs. Thank fuck for that. I hate blister packs. Because inevitably, the blister pack pops the little foil bit out in your hand and you end up munching on it and choking on it. But I've got some real good painkillers. And when I asked for them, I asked my normal ones and they said, oh, we don't like giving those out now. Because I used to have soluble ones. And they do taste like rat piss. It's a really good deterrent from eating too many, I can assure you. But they did work, and they did work very quickly. And I was a bit dubious about the pill form, because pill forms don't tend to work as quickly. Because, obviously, as a pill, it's got to dissolve a bit and go through your stomach a bit and dissolve. Whereas when it's in liquid format, it's already dissolved, it tends to get into your bloodstream quicker. But they don't like that one anymore, because apparently, whatever, right? So they've given me these pills. Still gave me 100 of them. I've never eaten all 100 before they go out of date. It takes about 3 years for them to go out of date. But they'll give me those. These things produce morphine. Now, I will say, if the doc would care to give me DF118, I'd be even happier. But that's a between me and you thing. DF118 is morphine, whereas this stuff converts to morphine. And I've had some in the past for something else, and holy crap, they were good. But they've given me basically 100 pills that are as good as 100 pills of morphine. They're fine with that, but I can't possibly have headache pills. And you're kind of sitting there going, blink. Don't understand that logic, because I'm responsible with all of that. Hell, I even hid them from my ex-husband when he stayed here in case he ate them, because he's got a bit of a habit. Because obviously, I get them 100 at a time and I'm never going to eat them all. He broke some rib once, so I gave him a few, and I explained to him, it's 1 every hour. If you're really, really bad, maximum 8 a day. So he ate 20 in a day, in about 3 hours. And I told him I'd never give him any more. And he keeps harping on about it. He keeps going, if you've not got any of those, can't I really could do with some. No, I'm not giving you them. And when he found out the doc had given me a new set and I had 100 brand new ones, but you can give me some then. No. Because I know he would just eat them. Because he's a bit of an addict that way. Not because he's a drug addict, but because he's got a very addictive personality. And a bit like me and Pop-Tarts. I may not be hungry, but I'll still eat them. They'll make me feel sick. I'll still eat them. I also have an addictive personality to sugar, not to pills. So I at no point have ever shown any inclination of wanting to take pills, because I hate taking pills. And to be honest, I'll hobble around in pain for days before I'll concede to taking my painkillers. But my hips do play up at this time of year especially. The conversion between hot to cold, or even cold to hot to be honest, but usually more the hot to cold, can play havoc on my hips. Because, I really did a bit of a number on them as a kid. So I have some painkillers. But I really try not to eat them. So I've got a lot of them. I don't need that many. They've given me 20. That's probably like a year and a bit supply, probably more, depending on the year. I mean, I have eaten 5 of the 100 now, and that's been in 2 or 3 months. So that's quite a hard run for me. That's probably more than I would normally eat in a year. That's how little I need them. But they give me 100 of them. And I didn't even ask for that. I just said, can I have some? There is no logic. There really is no logic in this one. Anyway, one thing I need to do is I need to go to a file on my computer and I've now got 2 lots. I should make a program for this. Really should. There you go. I am declaring we have breached inch number 2 because we've got dent below there and a bit below there, and that kind of makes up for, and that would be the next one, so that's also below the 2. So there's like 2 spots there, a couple of spots there, and a handful there, but there's a lot more here. So I declare we have breached inch number 2, and we have our first motif. Look, there he is. So I'm declaring we have made inch number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why you spare? That does not feel right. Oh, it's because I borrowed one of you, isn't it? I think I borrowed one of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. But I must have done. Because you... Oh, no, you aren't the middle. You are... No, you're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I must have borrowed from you then. Are you 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are you 6? One of you's fucking 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. This is where it's wrong. You belong in here, like this. There. You belong in here, which means you belong in here. I know I'm going to take them straight out again in a minute. Shut up, right? I know this. Okay? I know this. I know this. But you belong in there, and then that makes 7 for you. Huzzah! So let's do a spider on the edge. Let's do this. Do this bit. So 3 of you. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, I need to do a bit with this first. Okay. So done. I confused a co-worker today. Haven't chatted to them for ages, and we had a bit of a catch up. And I was explaining how I was watching Scorpions, because, you know, I haven't seen it for ages. And I liked it when I saw it before. And I don't really remember there being an end to it, but I've now got the box set, as you all well know. Look, there it is. And I'm now on season 2, by the way. And they were going, and then they kind of went, hang on, go back. You're watching Scorpions. And I went, and they went, the one about the really intelligent guy. And I went, yeah. And he went, that's really weird. Because so are they. So my waking up with a hankering for watching Scorpions the other day, as I did, clearly so did they. So we had a good yak, because apparently they're only kind of like 3/4 of the way through season 1. So they're a few behind me, and I went, yeah, but you know me, if I want to watch it, I can spend 20 hours a day watching it and not sleep. And he went, true. So, I watched because I watched the ones I watched over the weekend. And, and so I managed to fit the whole of season 1 kind of thing in a weekend. Because there are quite a few. There's like, there must be 20 something episodes to watch at nearly an hour ago. But I watched them over the weekend. And, but it was the fact that we were both watching the same thing, and of course it's not something that's on now, and it's not something that's free to stream now, so he's had to buy the DVD as well, and you're kind of sitting there going, the chances, bear in mind how many series of things there are out there, the chances of two people bumping into each other kind of thing, who are almost on the same episode of the same series that hasn't been aired for probably 15 years or whatever it is, just seems a little bit weird. It kind of weirded him out a bit, but he's known me for years. But yeah, he was telling me quite a bit of stuff that I don't get to hear about these days, because I'm not on the in crowd kind of thing. And yeah, he was, because he was kind of saying, it is kind of weird how we've got, we've both gone off and watched the same series. But yeah, I really like Scorpions. Partly I think because I relate. I relate because obviously, not wishing to sound too boastful, but I am generally one of the more intelligent people in a room, right? And which is why I don't do very well with really stupid people, because I have no problem with people with no expectations. So if for example a chef doesn't know how to build a server, doesn't bother me, really doesn't, because, well, you're a chef, why would you, you don't build servers for a living. When it's your job though, I kind of expect you to know how to do your job, right? Now, I do appreciate that everybody starts, and that when you start, you don't necessarily know. But when you're boasting about how good you are and how you should be, paid more than this, and how experienced you are, well, then you better be careful with those words, right? Don't casting stones when you're not prepared for the outcome. And I do suffer from that, and I do know that, and so do they. And apparently, it is not only me who has felt this problem. With the people that I was having it with. So it made me feel a lot better, so I was really glad to hear from them. And funny enough, I've had a chat with a bunch of people since I've been back, as you inevitably do at work, and it does seem that it is, everyone has been really nice to me. Everyone has been very understanding that I've said, I had to take some time off because, basically I was stressed and, I wasn't coping, and, I realise it's, kind of my problem, but, this happened and it drove me up the wall, and everyone I've explained the problem to has kind of gone, get it, absolutely get it, and offered me some really good advice. Funny enough, they're all offering me the same advice, which, find slightly suspicious, but only because I do get slightly paranoid when I'm miserable. I do have a level of paranoia that people are ganging up on me, and that things are that there's big stuff going on and they're talking about me, and I do get a little bit of that, usually because they are, and because they actually are, and so yeah. But I had a great, I've had great feedback from people, and one of the meetings I was in yesterday, someone went out their way to thank me for my input in the meeting, how useful I was, and a bit creepy really, because I don't do praise. It makes me creep. It gives me the ick. It really does. Now, if I don't get any, I'm also insulted, but I also get the ick when you do, right? Welcome to my world, right? Like everything, there's thanks for that, that's really helpful, that's sufficient. When you kind of go overboard and kind of be all happy and dancy and ticker tape parade shit, That's creepy. Don't need that. Don't want that. That's too much. That's creepy. If, however, I've done an awful lot and you don't even say thank you, well, now you're an ingrate and I don't like you anymore. So it's complicated in my head, and I do know that. I do very much understand that one. And I do understand that makes me difficult to sometimes predict. There is, but I don't think it's necessarily a wrong thing. I mean, perhaps my line is finer than most. But, you know, if I... Well, I also think it depends on what you've done. So in this particular situation, I attended a meeting about licensing. And basically, the person that was hosting the meeting was someone I spoke to last year. And without giving the game away, 2 people last year were asked about the licensing because they should know, it's their job. And they ghosted this poor lady, right? And she's quite nice. She really is. She is quite a nice lady. I remember her from last year. She really is quite nice. And in the end, she reached out to me almost in tears, but not literally, but kind of like last resort, kind of like, I don't know what to do. These people are not responding. This has been done. That's been done. They're not answering and we need the answers. Can you help? And it was like, I am not an authority. I can't answer you. I can tell you what we currently have. What I don't know is what's coming up. They are the people who decide what comes up. They are the people who would be able to tell you if the business is planning X, Y, Z. I am just builder of box. Now, I was more than builder of box, but, realistically, there were lots of things that at my level I would not have been told yet. So if they were planning on making us rebuild them all and we were going to have to double the number of servers we had for a while as we moved from A to B, I wouldn't know that. They would have to answer for that. And so I explained that, well, we've got so many of these and so many of those, and that's why we need this, we need this many licenses and that, as it stands. However, should there be plans to do this, do that, add some more servers here, so we have virtual servers, so if you're going to add more virtual server host servers, so then you'd need to ask, because we license them by the virtual server host, so you'd need to ask. But if they're not, then this many will be fine. If not, we'll need some more and they'll have to answer for that. If they're planning on doing something else, then we need this, all of this kind of stuff. Come this year, she was armed with the report that I explained how to get it last year. She'd written it all down, she remembered it all. Send the woman flowers and some chocolates for being helpful and not having just instantly forgot it like an awful lot of people. Because it isn't hard, but it's not obvious. Well, it is obvious if you work here where we do, because it's our area, our sites are. But if you don't work here in the UK and you don't deal with our sites, and basically you've never heard of us before, it's not going to be so obvious, right? And because we don't just deal with the site that I work on, we deal with other sites, and so we have to cover theirs, but we don't deal with all of the sites, therefore it's not so obvious to an outsider. But she'd written it all down, she remembered it all. The people who ghosted last year were actually on the meeting. I was a bit shocked, actually, because they don't normally turn up for meetings. And one of them asked me how I was very jolly, and it was almost a bit creepy jolly. It was like, did you take something? Because they're not a miserable person, but they're not that jolly, if you know what I mean. But this person was real freaking upbeat and yeah, and it was kind of like, oh, how are you? Are you good? Oh, it's good to see you back, blah, blah, blah. And it was kind of like, you're creeping me out. You're creeping me out. I'm getting weird. Anyway, that reminds me, I want to text me. They then never said a word the entire meeting. Nor did somebody else. They literally, I don't even think they said hi. They just kind of were attached to the meeting. Me and my boss were there. And, and she said, and she'd asked about the naming convention that we used for our servers. And it was kind of like, that's the company one. It's mandated to us by the entire globe. Everyone's supposed to use the shit. Oh, are they? And I said, I can show you the spreadsheet if you want. So I sent her the spreadsheet because, she wanted to understand, because we had to explain why. Because it's some letters, some numbers, what the letters mean, where the numbers come from, all of this kind of crap. I just thought that's really interesting. And so, I explained it all. And yeah, I got feedback from the man who said, apparently the man who said literally nothing, said how great I did in the meeting. It's like, it's the same shit I said last year. I said exactly the same shit. I told you needed so many of those, and you renewed the wrong number. You renewed too many, so you blew money you didn't have to. I can't make it up for you. I told you where we're at. You're all capable of running the same report, because we've all got accounts in the system to run the report. Not your mother. And, I know she appreciated it because she got her answers. But at the same time, my manager telling me that that he'd had this great feedback, I was embarrassed but it's what I did last year and the last 5 fucking years. I attended a meeting, I answered the questions that were asked of me. It's not like I did a fucking can while I was doing it while playing the violin here. We are talking, I answered the questions that I was asked. It's not really going above and beyond, is it? So it weirded me out. And again, I am sensitive to that because it's you're trying too hard. You're trying too hard to make me feel good about myself. Don't do that. Don't do that. It doesn't help me. It makes me feel weird. Just talk to me like a human being. Tell me about some shit that you did at the weekend. Show me some shit you bought, or tell me something dumb your kid did, or your dog did, or your cat, or, whatever it is, your wife. Talk to me about normal shit. Stop trying so hard, because it's creepy. It's creepy. I don't want it. I don't want to hear it. So yeah. But it just comes over to me as trying too hard, and because I know I can feel that way, I had to ask someone else, and I was like, how did you take when so and so said this? And they kind of went, well, what do you mean? And I went, well, it felt false. It didn't feel I'm not saying that they hadn't had feedback that Liz did good in the meeting, but I answered the questions I was asked. It's not like I was splitting the atom here. It's like, does anyone know what 2 add 2 is? 4? It was that kind of, it was like, there's like 20 people who could have answered that question. I really didn't need to be on the meeting, nor did my manager. There was no need for the meeting, to be honest, because one of the 2 other people should have been able to answer that question, because, well, it's their shit, they're responsible for it. So, you'd think they'd know, right? They didn't need us for that. Yeah. I do find it difficult. I do find it hard. But I also recognise that it's my problem. But at the same time, when you then do something that is not part of your job, that is something that really you deserve to actually be recognised for, and then they don't, or then you feel a little bit pissy because, well, they didn't, but they really should have, At this point, like, for example, I wrote a system for work. It saves so many hours a month. It's countless. Bear in mind, when you employ a person, they reckon it costs something like 3 times your salary to actually run an employee. If that's true, my salary is probably saved by my application. They save as much as they pay me, or they pay for me, more accurately, each month, because my system does what it does so efficiently. No one has ever said thank you for that. When we built our data center in 2020, we built it from home, and we're all sitting, you know, kind of here doing our thing from our couches, from our offices, from our little bedrooms or wherever we sit. Right, you know, I sit on my couch. The guy I was talking to today sits in his conservatory and cooks. And in 2020, it was sweltering. I mean, my outside temperature in the shade sometimes got to nearly 40 degrees on occasions. He was in a conservatory, and on a cold day, his reads high. And he has some medical conditions, and I truly feared for his life because it could kill him. Apparently, he's getting a new conservatory this week, which is why, you know, it's kind of a bit more pertinent. And when he was talking to me, his wife was trying to clear it, and he said, "I've got to go." The wife's, you know, she's looking at me a bit funny, and I said, "Do apologise for her, give her a hug." I've never met her, but I know some enough about her to feel that, you know, that's an appropriate thing to send, because he does love his wife so much, and by the sounds of it, she's a really nice lady, so very deserving. But yeah, he's getting a new conservatory, and I said, "Has this one got a roof that will mean you shouldn't cook?" And he said, "Well, it's supposed to." And I went, "Well, that's a good thing." She does. She is a nice lady. But yeah, I do kind of, we do have people that, you know, I'd never ask about their family. It's not really necessarily appropriate. I understand that problem. To be honest, it's 11 o'clock and I've got to get up for work tomorrow, so I am going to call it quits in a fair second. I'm just going to secure these ends down. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I hadn't realised it was 11 o'clock. Because we've been having fun. Or something. This has been losing their shit and ranting. So. But I need to do this. Then I can do this. Itchy nose. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It didn't look right for a minute, but yes. Just you go. Like that. So, put a stick. Yep. You over that, and you over there, just to kind of even things out. We will get the phone, and we will take photo like that, I think. There you go. Yeah, that'll do. Quickly glare at it for blatant mistakes. There might be one over here, actually. It could just be a tension thing, but it could also be a real one. Let's move a little bit of the bobbins just to Because if it is a real one, it is fixable fairly well. If it's not a real one, we can ignore it. So I kind of need to do a close-up on this bit here. Oh, focus, thank you. Yeah, something's not quite right. So, now I need to work out exactly where it is. Hang on. Let me take a photo of it like this and I can show you. Yep. So, let me look at it here. Not quite sure what's wrong with it. Or whether it's just the pins in a slightly. I think it is just actually the pin, but let me show you. Nope. If you look here, this looks wrong. I'm not sure it is wrong, because looking at it exceptionally closely, as I have, this doesn't seem wrong, but it also doesn't seem right in that if you look at all the others, if you look at like this one, you get like a little star, and this one looks slightly different. But I think in part it's the angle of the pin. I'm not actually convinced it's wrong. I'm not actually convinced it's right either. So you know what the answer to that is then, don't you, children? You're going to unpick it and find out. Fortunately, it's not that far back. So we need to undo a few of you. So we need to undo this layer of this one. A nice little having booked an optician's appointment for those keeping score. Do I need to undo this? Yes, possibly. Take you out. Let's undo you. Oops, I forgot to take the pin out. I'll do half a stitch and then bugger off and do the next one. And oops, you came off the top. Undo you. And then undo you. And we undo you. You come off again. Annoying bobbins. Undo you. Right. Now we need some of you. We need two of you like this. And we need to undo the twiddles. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And then we undo. Things. This doesn't seem right, so we need to do some fathoming out here because this feels twisted and it shouldn't be. You come over and for some reason you're more twisted. Yay! We're just undoing a bit because there's a weirdy bit. There's a weirdy bit and we don't know why it's a weirdy bit, so we're going backwards to find out why it's a weirdy bit, to find out that it's not actually a weirdy bit, but we're going to check that it's not a weirdy bit because it's not it's sitting like it's a weirdy bit, so we're going to check that it's not a weirdy bit. If that makes any sense. And it should be. There it is. And for some reason that hasn't worked out quite the way that it should have done back here, so hence I stopped. Because twisty, what the fuck? So you shouldn't be twisted, so, but you should also be there, so we can go this way, back this way. And although we don't need to undo this one, we're going to make sure that when we go to do it, we don't screw it up by doing it wrong because we're starting in a different place. So, this one that looks a bit weird, it doesn't look so weird now it's not in a thing, but we're going to undo this. She says discovering twists and things that she never knew she had. So we're going to undo you, and then we're going to undo you, because at this point, yeah, something's not quite right here, is it? So that's under there, and that should be over there. Pull you out. It should be under over. So it does look like it was just sitting funny, so put it back. But maybe I had some cross things, and in trying to work out how I was undoing it, I fixed it. So we'll put that in like that. Edge, and you've come undone, just can't be annoying like that. Okay. You've done it again, you piece of shit. Stay up, it's really not that hard. Everyone else is managing. Nearly everybody else is managing. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a pin. Right. Next up, we don't need you. And we need the 3 of you and the 3 of you. You're a bit short, I've decided. Can we... Oh, thank you. Just a bit, just a little. There we go. Now we need to twist you. 1, 2, 1, 2. And you're a bit shorter than your friend, so let's make you a little closer. Oh, getting back out. Alright. So. Give you all a little bit of a
better than you did before, even though I don't think you're actually any different. But scooch you up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You 4 are done for. I borrowed some of you. I've got a feeling it was 2 of you, was it not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. 6. 7. You can go out the way then, because we're not going to play with you again for a minute. I do that, you've just come undone, you miserable, miserable bloody bobbin. They don't like it when they've had a bit of freedom, they tend to come undone. So I want to pick you two up and scoot, just to be sure there, and then we can do pin that, and then we do you. And now we're back where we started, which is why we do it today, so that we don't forget. But funny muck, that now looks less fucked up than it did a minute ago. I will check, but I can bet you. Camera. Yeah, I can already see that looks considerably not fucked up, whereas the last one did for some reason. And I almost can't explain to you how it's different, because, well, it looks kind of the same but different. I think it was just a slight tension and angle of things, and that there was potentially nothing actually wrong with it. But we know that we're trying not to leave mistake behind. So, where did the cloth go? What did I do with the cloth, kids? Oh, I'll have to find that later then. But yes, there we go. Fix head. So, it is Wednesday tomorrow. I will forget to do my bins tomorrow. I will be hopefully back tomorrow. I will hopefully less be in a frazzled mood. It's not a bad mood. It's more frustration. Average frustration. Just general all round had enoughness of the stupid things that can be wrong in life. So yes, hopefully I will see you all tomorrow. Well, we always knew that it was going to be a bit of a tough time going back to work after a couple of weeks off, of having peace and quiet of your brain cells and letting them calm and relax. And well, I'll try, but it is a very British mood. It is the I recognise it's a me problem mood, but at the same time I'm still in a mood. But I'm trying not to be in a mood, but I'm in a mood.
trying not to be angry at everything, but I am kind of angry at everything, but it's not really anything's fault, and so I shouldn't be angry at it. So then I'm angry at being angry about being angry, and I know, but I seem to be making a habit of too many moods at the moment. Too many things that are, well, this is it. I mean, if I bottled it up, it would be worse in a way, because then you do get problems. But at the same time, it's not, I feel for you guys, because well, that's sure for hell true. I am human, and the world is definitely not perfect. But at the same time, I also know that most of the things I get annoyed about, it's not their fault. No, they weren't intentionally doing it. Although dogs do occasionally push your buttons. For the most part, they're not intentionally doing it to annoy me. They're not trying to get me angry. They don't, it's a bit like they don't mean to shit in your shoe, only they do, Stuff happens. It is the thing. The phrase is life happens. Crap happens, and it does happen. But at the same time, how we handle it is really a mark of us all. And I am with you with that. I mean, well, it can be hard when, like I said about the praise that I got, it felt false. Even if it was a genuine thing, it feels false. And it's a bit like, go and tell so-and-so you're sorry. Well, even if you wanted to say to so-and-so that you're sorry, yeah, but it is the mummy says I've got to say sorry to you. It really is. Now, even if you don't walk over to someone because you're an adult and go, I just want to say how sorry I was for I acted inappropriately, or I was unfair on you, or whatever it was. If you have the faintest inkling that someone told them to do that, even if they genuinely mean it, it's fake now. Because it's a bit like, kiss the dog, show you we love it. You didn't mean to stand on its paw. Well, of course you love the dog. And of course you'll kiss it, kiss it to make it feel better. But because you've been told to, even if you were going to, it now makes it fake. And it's hard to tell the genuine from the fake in those kind of words. Very much. And I would much rather, no, I think you're an arsehole. Okay. I'll live with that. I don't like, I like you, I don't entirely like fake. And, I mean, there are times to... No, but there are times to be a little on the fence about something. So maybe you want to secretly stab me to death because I've been really annoying. Maybe you'll just say, that's a bit annoying. I mean... we've all occasionally gone no, of course I didn't mind doing all your work for you, you arsehole. Because there's no point being mad at them because, there's no point. But at the same time, as you say, there are a number of people who are so blatantly fake and it is truly a whole stage act. I haven't got the effort for that. So rest assured, the nearest you'll get out of me is I'm doing good when I'm not, in true British format, right? I haven't got the energy to be all bouncy and, oh, look, how wonderful. Oh, yes, great. No, I don't do that. I try to be myself. My voice is the first thing to express myself. I know I'm upset because my voice will crack before I know I'm upset. I know that doesn't sound right. But when you're really upset about something, like you tried really hard and someone said it was shit or something, right? I'll be talking to someone, and you know how like when someone's crying and their voice breaks, and you can't fake it. But you know how like someone's voice cracks when they've been crying and my voice goes before I do. So I can still feel what I thought was calm and collected. And my voice cracks. And then I'm upset because my voice cracks and now I can't contain it. It's a bit like a friend of mine once said, if I'm really upset and I'm doing okay, the last thing I want is for someone to be overly nice to me. Because that will trigger me to cry and lose my shit. Just be normal. Just be, averagely arseholy. And there is a truth to it, is that I can be talking to someone and I'll be upset about something, but I only thought mildly. And then my voice goes. Maybe I do. But it's funny how my brain's going, no, I'm just slightly irked by it. It's just mildly annoying. It's slightly upsetting, but, it's not really that big a deal. And then my voice breaks and you're left sitting there going, oh, I sound like a fucking idiot now. Now they can barely understand a word. Because it's almost like, how, when men's voices break, you get the squeaky, grunty. And you're kind of like, it's almost a bit of that. And you're like, I sound like a right plank now. And now I'm embarrassed as well as slightly upset, as well as maybe a bit angry, as well as all the other things. And it's like one straw too many and I've gone, right? But there have been quite a few occasions where I thought I was good and my voice has really betrayed me. And then, of course, I do break because now I sound like an idiot. And that has then made me cry. And they thought I'm crying or whatever because I was upset by the thing. No, I'm upset because my voice was upset and I didn't even know. And now I'm upset because I've looked so stupid. Because inevitably it's when you're talking to someone who's important and they kind of go, are you all right? You go, yeah, it's kind of a bit disappointed. I definitely do. I do try, there are times when maybe I'm not ready to talk about it, and that will be the answer to that is I'll have to talk about it tomorrow. Part of my autistic traits is that sometimes if I'm suffering too greatly from an emotion, I can't always vocalise what that emotion is or why. And I will just be angry, upset, whatever, and I just can't. Tomorrow, once I've been asleep, even though nothing has changed in the world that I'm aware of, it becomes... But tomorrow, it's history. Tomorrow, yesterday is factual. Tomorrow, yesterday, I felt like this because so-and-so did that, because this had happened. And that I recognise that maybe it's a bit irrational, overreaction, but yesterday I could not vocalise it because I'm in the middle of it. It's a feeling, not a wording. You feel it. It is hard to find words for it. But it is, it's a bit like, yesterday this happened. Yesterday these events happened. Yesterday I was upset because I know I put, 100 hours worth of effort into that and you said it was shit. That is a fact. It is not an emotion because it was yesterday's emotion. Today, it is a fact. It is in the history books. It is a point in time. And and it can be a little bit weird for people in that, no, I can't explain it today because I'm in the middle of it. Wait till I've got out of it and then my brain will have processed it enough, even though I don't actively necessarily think about it. I go to sleep and I wake up and you'll say to me, you seemed really upset yesterday. Oh, yeah, I did this and no one noticed or everyone told me it was shit. And I put heart and soul into that and I was pretty disappointed. But at the time it's... Yeah. And I have never forgotten the day I ended up finding my co-worker kind of not quite this late at night, but, fairly late at night. Because I was melting down and I didn't know quite what to do with myself, but I still had enough brain cells left, this many left, to make a phone call, to phone someone to say, I'm broken. I need someone to talk to me like I'm human. Because something had happened. I need not share what. I had been told it was my fault. I was not there. I did not do it. I told them how to fix it. even though it's not my job to fix it. And I was accused of being not unhelpful, and it was my fault, and I'd done it deliberately. And I just lost it. I absolutely lost it, because I did not do it. I was not there when it was done, because it was done at a weekend and I wasn't working. So it wasn't me. I hadn't done it. It is not something that actually happens as a result of the thing that had been being done. So even the person who had typed the thing had not caused it to happen. This was one of those, because the app had not restarted for a month, something had been removed in between time. It had kept running, but when it went to restart after a reboot, something wasn't there for it to work, right? But suddenly it was all my fault that it wasn't working, even though I said, well, the error message says that it can't find where to put the log files, so go into that file at the line whatever, and it gave the file and the line number. And I actually said, because someone sent me a message and said, do you know what this means? Because they're getting really moody. And I went, well, as it says in this file at this line, it cannot find that folder to put log files in. Well, that's right, because they shouldn't really be putting log files there. So it's a correct statement that maybe that folder isn't there, but that's also not where they're supposed to put them. So go in and edit it, put the log files somewhere that it can write to, and it will be fine. I got a phone call basically saying I'd refused to help, even though I had helped, refused to help, I'd broken it, and I was really upset. So I phoned my co-worker, and it was like, ah! And they kind of managed to glean enough words out of it to vaguely piece together that something had gone down, and that, something was missing, and that it hadn't worked, and I'd given an answer and I'd been accused of not fixing it. And then the person who had accused me of all of that obviously got a bit of wind that I was really upset. Not from my co-worker, I need to point out. And tried to phone me. Well, yeah, but they phoned me. And to this day, if they remember that day at all, they would say they apologised. The word sorry never left their mouth. They talked to me. I explained to them that no, actually, this was incorrect. I managed to get all the words out, not very well, but I got the words out. Actually, I told them. Yeah, that kind of apology where, well, they talked to you. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they apologised. And they got the understanding that I said, when you patch something, it doesn't go round removing random folders. It might remove files because they're no longer needed, as in well, pretty much. But, when you patch something, it doesn't remove a log file folder. It might remove an old version of something that you were using and it didn't know that, but it doesn't. That's not kind of how this works. It might be that is no longer part of the thing, and so when it put the new one in, that's not there to be used anymore. But in this particular occasion, it was log files that it couldn't write to, so it does not remove the folder. That file probably got removed weeks ago, but only once it restarted did it notice that it couldn't write to it no more. Because, Windows and everybody else in the world, once you've opened a file, well, it's yours now. The fact that you can delete some files, they still think they're writing to it, but it's not even there now. Completely irrelevant, right? But they never said sorry. Never once did they say sorry. And clearly, I have not forgotten, because, well, I don't tend to forget a lot. I forget some things, but I don't forget some other things, if you know what I mean. It's like a selective forgetfulness. So I'll forget to post the post for 6 weeks. I'll forget what I was going to eat for dinner. I'll forget that I'll put something on in the oven. But I still remember how to fix the system from 30 years ago. I was talking to someone today and I said, do you remember the bloke who sat down the end of it? I couldn't remember his name, but I could describe everything about him. And he went, oh, this bloke. I went, yeah, that's the one. He goes, I haven't thought of him for years. And I went, probably not. I still remember him. I still wonder what happens to it. And I remember all of these people. I remember so much. And so the problem is I will remember that for a long time. Not because I hold a grudge, but just because I remember it. But it was a for me, it was a good example of the time where I broke and I was still on the cusp of being able to explain myself. If I'd gone about 10-15 minutes more without speaking to my co-worker, and the person had phoned me, all they would have got would have... Yeah, I'd either never have answered it, because I wouldn't have had the wherewithal to answer it, or they wouldn't have understood a damn word I said. And we all have a habit. So one of the analogies I will give is, if we all read a book, we all read the same book, and we're asked to give an example of something from the book, chances are we'll all pick different things. Now, the blatant theme of the book, everyone will agree on. You know, let's pick Harry Potter 1, Philosopher's Stone, kid discovers his wizard, goes to school, fights Voldemort but doesn't know it, kind of like the end, right? But there are so many tiny nuances to the films, to the books, the differences. And there is that bit of you that kind of... I remember reading Animal Farm at school and having a row with my English teacher. And this is the problem. I had an argument with my English teacher over Animal Farm. Because one day, she stood at the front of the class. How many times was the windmill destroyed? Again, this is my pedantic brain for you. How many times was the windmill destroyed in Animal Farm? Twice, said May. Incorrect, she said. Fucking is. Gets the book out. Miss, page blah, 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 the windmill was destroyed. Blah, 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 so-and-so destroyed the windmill. It was destroyed twice. Waiting for that apology. Not getting one. Funny that. As you say, sometimes... I'm not going to say people have a rose-tinted view of history, because we all know that it is a very well-documented thing that you can do a lot of good things, but do one bad thing, and that's what you'll be remembered for. And I do understand that, because my parents would be the same, to be honest. If they were still alive, they'd be the same. My parents would deny all manner of shit from my childhood. And it's kind of like, but you did! Don't be fucking saying that, you did! I remember you doing it! I've almost, look, here's the offer and here's the thing that you denied, I have plenty of those, too. But my parents are dead, so I can badmouth them now, and, well, they can't do much about it. But, as you say, people remember different things, and you can go and watch a film, and you can say to someone, oh, I thought it was really great when this happened. They go, I don't remember that. Yeah, my family would never go to therapy either. I imagine my mother would go because she likes to martyr and tell everyone of her woes and how she struggled. Yeah, no, she didn't. And she really didn't. And my dad just would refuse to go because he doesn't do touchy-feely stuff, to be honest. So I very understand you'd never get them in actually to go in the first place. But, we all remember different things about different things. I mean, if you were to be asked tomorrow, what do you remember from today's stream? You'd remember I was in a mood, probably. Would you remember why I was in a mood? Maybe not. Do you remember some of the things that we bitched about? Maybe. If they were things that more touched your heart, you're more likely to remember them than not. Well, good answer. I to be honest, it was the, should I hear of my mother's demise, it's more of a street party than solace I would be needing. I believe she is still alive. I can't even promise you she is still alive. I believe she is still alive. She chose to disown her only child, her only family, and declared to a court that she'd had no children. So fuck her and the horse she rode in on. And I hope she drowns in the bathtub or something. And I sincerely mean it. There is no ill that could befall this woman that I probably would find bad. Oh, she does. But most of that is because Mrs. I'm allergic to alcohol was an alcoholic. And part of the reason my father was pleased to see her go, he did secretly tell me this, because he confided in me after the split that there had been so many times that he had come down and she was so drunk, she had locked the dogs outside, had no idea. She had nearly set light to the house on a number of occasions because she smoked, and her cigarettes had, nearly had burnt and landed on the floor and started smouldering, and he'd come downstairs wondering where the fuck she was, and there she was, almost a fire starting on her lap, right? Oh yeah, she was blotto, she was dead to the world kind of thing. And frankly, if she had been, hallelujah, right? It would have been an easy end for the world. But sadly, she is still stealing oxygen as far as I know. But she is not adding to, thankfully she's too old to add to the population. But, she is not helping the IQ of the world. She is not adding to the good that is out there. And now, I'm not saying that my dad was the most easy to love individual in society, for he too was unique and interesting in his own ways. But she blatantly lied come the divorce. She said lots of cruel and hurtful things. Well, it is, and my mother didn't have money, frankly, but my very much, and my mother was not a bright individual. My mother was too busy trying to sleep with everybody, and then divorced my dad on the grounds of his unreasonable behaviour. So examples would be things like she cited that he would go on holiday. Well, he offered to take her, she refused to go. But she won 50-50 in the divorce. And yet she'd been sleeping with everybody. I even had emails from people she'd been sleeping with going, if your dad wants us to stand up and say, we did the do, I'm prepared to do it. They were turning on her. I had a queue of them. But he chose not to fight it. And I did feel that was a slightly poor decision, but, he chose not to fight it. Now, I do appreciate that fighting it gets messy. I'm not going to disagree with that, because then it does get even more bitter and twisted than perhaps it already is. But being brandished as unreasonable when the unreasonable behaviour was most definitely hers. Well, especially when they lie. It is. I'm not going to say they're biased, but if there is doubt, they would err on the side of caution, right? So, if bloke goes, I am divorcing her because she's been sleeping around, they'd probably go with that. And she would not get 50-50. Absolutely, and my poor dad truly was. He had saved all of his life, and even though he was not a high earner, in fact, he was distinctly very much not a high earner. I mean, Christ, he earned less than I do in proportion. He earned less than I do. And he worked 2 or 3 jobs. He gave money to my mother so that she never had to spend any money on the house. It was always his money. So even when she got a job that paid nearly twice what he earned, that was her money. He paid for the house. And then come the divorce, so she'd never contributed to the house. You could argue she cooked, if you call trying to starve us. Yeah, so if you could, I mean, yes, she did look after me, if you can call it that, as a child. Yes, she did, yes, she did cook, if you can call it that. She, frankly, malnutritioned the pair of us, right? And tried to poison us on many occasions. Bear in mind, I had to do a lot of the cooking. Yeah, exactly, right? She didn't do the cleaning, because she didn't do that. It's part of the reason I'm shit at cleaning is she never did it either, and so it's new to me. And yet she got 50-50, like she was the stay-at-home perfect little wife. Yet she'd been out, she'd had a job since I was 8 or 9. Now, admittedly, it started as a part-time job, and by the time I was a teenager, it was a full-time job. But she'd had her own money and was not paying for anything to that. She didn't buy Christmas presents out of her money. That was out of the house money too. My dad was paying for everything. She got to keep whatever she earned. And she spent it on dumb shit. Really dumb shit. And then they gave her 50% of what my dad earned and had accumulated. Because it was deemed equal split because she lied. She is an evil, evil individual for that reason. Now, my dad was, going to pay her the 40 grand she asked for. And to be honest, that letter alone should have been enough. She had written a letter to my dad, signed it the works. I basically, originally she wrote a Dear John, although his name's not John, but a Dear John letter saying, hi Bob, I've left, I've taken that which mine, I don't want anything else. Great. But then it turned out she'd actually taken loads of stuff that wasn't really hers to take, such as every photo of me as a child. Now, I don't disagree that she can have photos of me as a child, rather she didn't, but but you don't just take all of them and leave my dad with none. You ask for copies. You ask if you can have maybe one of them. You don't take all of them, which she did, so she had to return them. Then she wrote a letter months later, I want 40 grand. So my dad worked out how he could raise £40,000 to give to her, because, I want 40 grand and then I'll leave you alone. So, almost the day he was about to give her the 40 grand, he got hit with the divorce, I want half. And she got half. And my dad had a hell of a job to pay half without moving, because, he had a reasonable house. I had to lend him money so he could pay my mother. That's how evil she is. She took money from me, in essence, because, well, the only other way my dad would have to have moved. But he paid for all of that. She never paid a bean. But as I say, she lied to the courts that she'd never had children as part of the marriage, and so apparently I don't exist. So, yeah, she got a face full of fucking swear words for that. And deserved more, but she hung up. I should have run back and continued, but yeah, that was the last conversation I had with her. And yeah, I truly meant it when if she'd found out that I was getting married and she'd turned up, I would have stopped the wedding, picked her up and thrown her out. Because she's like 5'2" and an anorexic, so weighs nothing. I could have picked her up with one hand and thrown her out. But I would have thrown her out. I don't want her in my life. I don't need... there are enough arseholes out there. I don't need to invite them in, right? And just because biologically she gave birth to me doesn't mean that I have to love her. I really don't. Not when you treat me like that. So, fuck her. But yeah, she's a very distinctly unpleasant individual. And as you say, I felt really sorry for my dad because throughout all my childhood, I'd heard how bad my dad was from my mother. Now, I'm not so sure. I'm not going to say they deserved each other because that's not entirely true. My dad certainly knows sunshine and roses. He has his moments. He had his moments. Obviously, he's dead now, but, he has been for a number of years. So, he can't really have any more. But he sure had his moments of being a bastard. And, there were times that I quite happily would have slapped him a few times too. So, I'm not going to say that she would have had an easy life because, it could be difficult. But she sure didn't bloody help. She certainly didn't help him have a better life. She certainly was you could hardly feel sorry for her when she was worse. So, my parents weren't great. I mean, they're my parents. I love them. I don't love my mother anymore, clearly. And as I say, if I ever found out she'd died, I'd probably cheer. It would make my day, knowing that the world was better now she was not in it. That she can't come crawling and because one of the things that all that money she got from my dad for her divorce, she blew through in a year. To give you an idea how much that was, I bought this house with what my dad had. She blew through hers in a year and had nothing to show for it. Oh, she also got married again. He's not married to her anymore. I know that because, well, he's married to someone else now because that's not my mother. And believe me, I would recognise my mother. She's quite distinctive. She's not married to him anymore, so that didn't last. She's been divorced twice now then. I believe she's still alive. If you Google the right things, someone of her name and her inclinations is findable in the area of which she was. But, yeah. I have no interest in that part of her. And like you say, is that, I mean, my childhood was not all sunshines and rainbows, right? And I do feel that it would be unfair to expect a life to be sunshines and rainbows. But at the same time, as a child, your parents' role is to bring you up ready for society. But certainly the very early years should feel for the child sunshine and rainbows, even if it's not entirely true. Now, there can be sadnesses, such as death of a grandparent that you love, whatever. But you handle it in an age-appropriate manner so that it's not the dent that it could be. Even if it's breaking you in half. Much like being with your pet when they're put down. You are snapping your soul in half watching them go. But it's what's right for them, not for you. It should be what's right for them. They would do it for you given a chance, after all. Well, you'd like to think. And so, yeah. We all have odd things in our childhood that were unnecessarily hard. But there's trauma and there's trauma, right? There is. And from what I understand, you suffered. And it's not there was some bad shit in general and your parents didn't help you through it. It was kind of like they started it kind of deal. Bit like some of mine. And it does shape you as an adult. No matter how hard you try, you could go to all the therapy in the world. It does not change that the people who are there to protect you, look after you and teach you and set you up for a good life failed. Now, maybe it's not entirely their fault that they failed. But if they failed for that, it is hard to make up for that 20, 30 years later. And even if you go to therapy at the time, it's like bursting a bubble. You can't put it back together. You can't undo it. It's still there. And, it will always make you tender to certain things. So, you can't avoid that. It's a bit like some people are positive, some people are negative. Some people are a little bit in the middle. I'm a little bit flip-floppy. There are times I can be really positive. and there are times I couldn't find it with a huge magnifying glass. And it depends on what else is going on. And I don't believe that's abnormal particularly, but some people are genuinely positive, almost, the sky's falling, their entire family's been wiped out, but the sun's shining, so it's okay. I can't do that. I can't. I can overlook a few things, I can smile through a bit, but then I have to then it kind of gets to me. And I have a lot of respect for the people who can be positive in times of need when I can't. However, if there is a crisis, as long as it's not mine, I am your girl. As long as it is not my crisis, I will deal with it. I will help you in any way I can. I am calm. I am efficient. I will deal with all of the shit. If your house is on fire, I will be there with the hose pipe. I will be trying to save your animals for you. I will be trying to save all of your possessions with you. I will help you because it's not my crisis. If that's my house, I'm a blabbering wreck. Although, to be fair, when my house was on fire, I still did the hosepipe thing. But, it's in a crisis, I can be good. But once I break, that's it. You waste of effort. Don't even try. It's not. I will come back in my own time. You can't force that. The tide will turn and I will be all right. But you have to give me space for that. And so I do know that I am sometimes irrationally miserable, happy. Usually the miserable side, but it can be a little irrational. It can be a hideous overreaction. But it's usually a straw that broke the camel's back, that there were other tiny miserable things that had built up a bit, but you hadn't really noticed until the last one happened. And then you realise that actually, no, too much, done now. It's like trying to hold things. If I gave you a ball of yarn to hold, you can hold a ball of yarn, most people can hold a ball of yarn, but if I gave you 10, well, they're a bit awkward to hold. Well, if I threw another 10 on top of that, it's not the weight's not a problem. The size of the individual thing, it's not a problem. But suddenly when there's too many, and I've just noticed how similar these two are in colour, doesn't show quite so well on camera, but in person these are exactly the same colour. It's just that this one's slightly shinier. But you do kind of have that. Everyone has a line, and once you've crossed it, sometimes it's really hard to step back. There's like a barrier. It's like a one-way force field, and you need to have the space to do that. And to be honest, if any of you ever needed something and you really thought I could help, I would hope you would reach out to me if you honestly believed I could do something to help. Even if it's just to have a conversation with you about random shit to treat you like a normal person. Because sometimes that's all we want in life, is we don't want to hear, oh, I'm so sorry, because no, that's patronising. Sometimes you don't want to talk about it, you just want to talk about the fact that you slipped over in the dog shit and landed on your best frock. Sometimes some idiot dinged your car and you just want to cuss them out at somebody who will not be judgmental for the fact that maybe you did park badly. Sometimes you just want to talk to someone who is not you, but who is going to understand a bit and will listen to your half of the story, even if it means nothing to them, that will listen. That's why pets are so good, because you have many conversations with them and they look at you with that, oh, but I still love you look, and you feel better. Hugging a dog, hugging a cat can be one of the most soul-soothing things you can do. They've no idea. They don't know why you're sad. They just don't want you to be sad. And they exude that feel better feeling because they don't like to see you sad and upset. The fact that maybe they shit in your shoe and you stood in it, slightly by the by, because they've forgotten they did that. They didn't mean it. It wasn't meant to be hurtful. They didn't mean to upset you. They just successfully were. Anyway, it is now nearly midnight. I need to go to bed. So I also... Did I feed you yet today, dogs? Don't think I did. I don't think I did. I think I need to go feed them. They've been very patient today, but I
don't remember feeding them today.
Now, I'm not going to say they haven't been fed, because I've got a feeling I might have done, but I don't remember feeding them today. I remember feeding them yesterday, and I'm sure I remember feeding them since then, but I don't remember if it was today or not. I'm going to err on the side of caution, and you're going to poop in my hole, but I will feed you. Maybe I'll give you a snack. Let's maybe do a snack one, so that if you fed, you've just had a bit more. If I didn't feed you, I've not starved you. How does that sound? Does that sound good? I think that sounds good. But we're half asleep. So I need to go to bed. I will start the upload of video. As I say, thank you for the chat, guys. Thank you for being here when I'm moody. Thank you for putting up with my moods. I try not to bring too much of it, but it is hard, right? So take care. Bye bye, Bailey. Take care, everybody. And as I say, hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. And hopefully I will be less arseholey tomorrow. For I do recognise that there is a bit of arsehole in all of this. But yeah, take care, everybody. And thank you very much. Bye bye.